एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Welcome to Nithyananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us, that is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nithyananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nithyananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nithyananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of KAILASA, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center, that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nithyananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nithyananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nithyananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nithyananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashivatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nithyananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nithyananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour one Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nithyananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayaddvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत त्रिनवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीत अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीत त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas. The chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Mula Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Nithyananda. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara bandha, the Udyana bandha and the Moola bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Bala Lingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose and cross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shasasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Moola Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, Switch your legs around and let us do Virabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Moola Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, Stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the prana mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Varamudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you are visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. as you gaze towards your nose. Here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhiya Asana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. In Parshva Mayurasana, as you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees as you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side. Lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjani Asana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward And sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjani Asana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your hands, your forearms, underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now, release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now, continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the four-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nithyanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasp together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space in Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsyavatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly, take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Mula Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Asana. The japa for this next series is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yathasanishtasana. In Yathasanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in, bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone, clenched as we enter Rudrasana 2, where Your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position. As you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out. Both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the 3 bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumatyasana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the 3 bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Mula Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top with the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side. Lay on your back. Bring the opposite hand to the foot. Gaze at your nose. And continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivritti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back. As a playful dog, move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now, let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva, as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart to Ujjayi Kumbhaka, where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extended straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapadakshepaasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful karana, the Lolitika karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapotanitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapotanitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Uttanottanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head, tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly, sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into, the Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position, bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra out to the side and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest. Clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out in Tandavasana. Sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma in Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now, once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body, upright, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of your behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees. In Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready. Place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhu Asana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds and relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position and slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees, with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards. And alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. Giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees, with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue. your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands. Rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to us standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, as we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees, your elbows adjacent to the knees, your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out, and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now, laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly, and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now as we do Vrishasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now, you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balaguna hai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana 2. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadamba Asana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down, keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left, lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh. excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down, keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left, lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi, Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourself. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward. Visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up, and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg which is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thighs. You straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now, from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashu Mudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Uddiyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose. In Nagrasana, do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground. the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanavkasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanavkasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where KAILASA's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam
Nithyananda everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva's blessings. Let's start our sessions with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasogadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam everyone. And for those of you who are offline, please come in front of camera. Now, let us start. I hope all of you have enjoyed the yoga session. Now, let us start our power manifestation session. So please quickly go ahead and post your powerful cognition and sit straight with your head neck back straight line and close your eyes. Tie your eyes with eye band. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Close your eyes and visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. With the clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva and meditating and the form of Swamiji will awaken your third eye. With this context, bring your attention back to your third eye again and again and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture. Please make sure you all close your eyes. Projecting the picture.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Yes, now can you all go ahead and share your manifestation results, please? Okay, so let's do one more round. We have to manifest. Let's do one more round. So please go ahead and close your eyes. And I'm get into the space or oneness space with Swamiji. I'm going to project the picture. Intensely connect with Swamiji. Projecting the picture.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Soham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yeah, please go ahead and share. Whatever your third eye reveal. Okay. Anyone, Javier, are you going to share? Malicia, you want to project the picture? This is what I projected. So, yeah, mountain and water. Yes, perfect. All right. Today, we are going to learn about the Bhava Spurana, meaning flowering in the feeling connection with the Guru. Today, we are going to learn about the flowering in devotion, flowering in feeling connection. Swamiji says something. You have feeling connection with the Guru, you have everything. You have everything in life. You lost feeling connection, you lost everything. So there are beautiful, powerful cognitions that we are going to learn about the feeling connection. The what kind of a bhava? Bhava is the feelings. You connect with the Guru. Feeling connection with the God or an enlightened being is the subtlest, best gift that can ever happen to a human being. For anything to blossom, it needs a connection with the highest possibility which can become. See, for the fruit to be ripened, it needs to be connected with the tree. Once the fruit is completely ripened, it carries the seed which can become one more tree. The physical connection with the mother is needed for an infant once the infant has to become a full baby. Similarly, physical connection is needed for the fruit to become ripened. But until it ripens, the connection is essential. In the same way, for the baby in the womb to grow completely, it needs to be connected with the mother through the umbilical cord. Only then a complete body is created. Once the complete body is created, it will not need the physical umbilical cord connection. But until then, it is vital for its survival. So, how that feeling connection happens to us? What is actually feeling connection? How to grow, how to raise in the feeling connection is what we are going to learn in today's session. So, feeling connection is nothing but the ability to feel connected with the divine, ability to feel connect with the Guru. It is the ability to meld and merge with the divine, to experience the oneness space with the divine or Guru. Feeling connection with the divine is the ultimate technique for your life. For every problem in your life, feeling connection is the ultimate. You don't need any other solution or method to get out of any problem. Swamiji says, if you have the feeling connection, you have everything. Whether it is your day-to-day problems or mental negativity or black magic, for any kind of problem that people feel, feeling connection is enough to find a solution. Without feeling connection, even meditation or the extraordinary powers or the spiritual experiences you receive on the path only make you more egoistic. Feeling connection is the ultimate. Swamiji says in one of the satsang that feeling connection is much higher than the enlightenment itself. You have that longing, you have that feeling connection, strong feeling connection, you have everything in life. Mhm. Swamiji says enlightenment is the highest possibility. For that to happen to you, it is vital that you have the feeling connection to a being who are already connected to that space, who is already mature, who is already ripened in enlightenment. So, how to connect with that truth? Swamiji say it's a pure gift, because only those who have grown at least to a certain level, to a subtle understanding, can even smell the presence of the master. Only they have the courage even to enter into that great feeling connection, because the feeling connection with the master will just make you into an enlightened being. So, how to connect with the master? Now, let us listen from Swamiji how to connect. Even it's a pure gift, is what Swamiji is saying. So, how to connect with the master?
It's not traditional, authentic, time-tested. Bhagavan breaks both the questions at a time. He says, hey, it is the most ancient sacred secrets untold by me. Once he is convinced, the next doubt comes to Arjuna, which comes to all disciples. Why is all these great things being told to me? Am I qualified? I have seen so many fellows running away with the name, I am not fit. I am not qualified. Some run away feeling, for my caliber, I am not given the status and respect. Some run away, I am not fit. But both are same. Both will always be together. Both mental setup is one and the same. Saevayam mayatedya yogaha proktaha puratanaha bhaktaha asime sakachayiti rahasyam hi etat uttamam. The Arjuna's doubt, why is all these great things be told to me? Bhagavan is clearing that doubt. Hey, I am telling all these great things not to exploit you. That's a big doubt. Oh, maybe he's telling all these things to brainwash me. Not to brainwash you, but to wash your brain. Brainwashing is different. Washing your brain is different. I don't do brainwashing. I just wash your brain. So this fellow gets into the doubt. Maybe he's trying to brainwash me. For that, Bhagavan is answering, hey, this ancient science of intense action, which is the most elevated mystical doctrine, has been prescribed to you now because you are my loyal companion. Very beautifully Bhagavan says, Bhaktaha asi me saka iti. Best thing can happen to you is when Bhagavan says, you are my royal companion, loyal companion. Please understand. Bhaktaha and Saka. When he is using both the word, you are a loyal companion and royal companion. I tell you. That's the greatest thing can happen to you. It's like all of you know the Prime Minister, whether he knows you or not is the main thing. You always say, he's my friend, he's my friend. But whether Prime Minister says you are his friend, that is where the whole thing boils down. Today, somebody was asking me, how much I have grown spiritually, tell me. I tell you, the scale to measure your spiritual growth is the honest feeling master has about you. That's all. Understand? The honest feeling. See, if you pull out my archives and pull out your file, which I have inside, what is the conclusion of that file? That is your spiritual growth. That is your growth in life. Cosmos feeling about you is your spiritual growth. The ultimate blessing is Bhagavan saying, Bhaktaha asime sakachayiti. You are my devotee and companion. God. Even after this word, if this idiot is not breaking and falling at the feet of Krishna and just picking up the Gandiva and sending the arrow to kill Bhishma and Drona and all these fellows, I tell you, immediately he needs a Sangha meeting. Bhagavan is saying, you are my loyal companion. You can give life for this one word. Forget about one life. You can give life for this one word. And still this fellow is sitting and asking doubts. Bhagavan saying, you are my loyal companion. What more is required? Bhaktaha asime sakachayiti. Even the word loyal companion is too small word. He's saying devotee companion. Bhaktaha asime sakachayiti. Let me give you word by word meaning. Sayeva ayam maya te atya. He says, you are my devotee and also friend. Bhaktaha, devotee, asi, you are, me, my, saka, friend, cha, also. I want to give you word by word meaning. Only then you will understand how beautifully Bhagavan says. He says, you are my devotee and companion. That is the reason I am giving you this most mysterious, sacred, secret Uttamam Ragasyam says supreme secret, sacred secret. Ragasyam hi etat uttamam. Because you are my friend and companion, I am giving you this great science. The most funniest thing happens around the masters is these fellows, they think by just holding on to the place or some status, they can achieve the ultimate. No. Real achievement happens by the understanding or the conclusion master carries about you. I tell you, you can give up anything to rewrite that, create that properly and rewrite that properly. That is why I always tell people, with master, before committing, think again and again. Because nothing else matters in the planet Earth. Your spiritual growth, mental growth, physical growth, wealth, relationships, everything can happen just if the master's grace is there on you. Nothing will be useful if that grace is not there on you. So build right file in master's heart. Your book of heart does not show your spiritual growth. It only shows your spiritual struggle. My book of heart shows your spiritual growth. Understand, in my book of heart, if you see the index and see your name page, what that page says, what is the conclusion updated this moment. My book of heart is electronic, cosmic electronic. Constantly gets updated. What my book of heart says about you. That is your spiritual growth. Here, such a beautiful way, Bhagavan is feeling about Arjuna. You are my devotee. That itself is enough. See, Bhagavan saying that I accept you as my devotee, I feel you are my devotee. That is enough. What more this fellow needs? I don't know what far he is waiting and what other ways he need to be convinced. Actually, this should be the climax. But this Arjuna's dumbness, it is not even an interval. After this, there are 2-3 songs, then stunt, 1 or 2 fight, then climax comes. Actually, this should have been the climax. Bhagavan saying, hey, you are my devotee and friend. Saka, he says friend. That's the most sweet space. The relationship is so explicitly, clearly described by Bhagavan. After that, what else you need? Very beautifully he says, because you are my friend and companion, I give this great science to you. This great science, ancient science of intense action, I am giving it to you. I tell you, if I feel you are honestly committed to me, you will listen to me. If I trust you will listen to me, I will prescribe the same thing to you. Bhagavan says, he trusts Arjuna. You are my devotee and companion. That is why I am sharing this most sacred secret with you. Ragasyam hi etat uttamam. Ragasyam hi edat uttamam. I can say this whole verse is with a lot of emotion. This cannot be interpreted intellectually. The meaning, Bhagavan says, come on. You are my friend and companion, devotee. That's why I'm giving these signs to you. No. The context needs to be understood. Bhagavan is not giving this great Gita to Bhima. Bhima may not even need. Just one instruction from Krishna is enough. Yudhishthira is not giving it to great Dharmaraja Yudhishthira. I tell you, too much of morality, you can't receive the ultimate science. For the ultimate science, you need certain kind of a closeness where you step outside morality, where morality is not the frame with which you relate to the master. Of course, it's very sensitive, subtle subject where you need to understand it very intelligently. Otherwise, the whole thing can become one more scandal. Yudhishthira relates with Krishna with a clear moral frame. Oh, uncle. And always Yudhishthira will get up when Krishna comes. It was completely different relationship. But Arjuna's is more romantic relationship. Krishna and Arjuna, it was more romantic. Otherwise, if a friend asks, it will be nice if I can have the physical pleasure of your body also. This fellow thought, what is this? So many women are falling for him. There must be something. Anyhow, the relationship between Krishna and Arjuna, you need to understand the whole context. Only then you will catch this whole. It is such a sweet intimacy where the boundaries of social morality, social lines are not the priorities. Of course, Arjuna never disrespected Krishna, but the social morality, social lines were not restrictions. They are not priorities. The closeness and the intimacy has become such. The social boundaries have become dull. They become dim. There's such strong connection. See, Sakadeva was a disciple of Krishna. Sakadeva learned many of the Shastras from Krishna. He's a disciple. Nagula is a great devotee. But none of them received this Bhagavad Gita because none of them had friendliness, where Bhagavan can speak the truth as it is. Bhagavan is very beautifully saying, you are my devotee and friend. Because you are my devotee and friend, I am teaching you this supreme secret. Rahasyam edat uttamam. Most sacred secret, I tell you. The essence of this verse is, evolve yourself, where Master says, he really trusts you. He feels you are his devotee. He feels you are his companion. The most loyal companion. Nothing else matters in the life. If your master can say, you are his friend and companion. Gurupadaka sloka very beautifully describes worthlessness of everything when you don't fall at the feet of the master, and you will have everything when you are at the feet of the master. The context in which these words are uttered That makes the meaning for this whole verse. Bhagavan says, because you are my devotee and loyal friend, I am telling you the most sacred secrets, the ultimate truth, the ultimate secret to raise your life to my level. It's like, if I had a son or a daughter to whom I want to give the best of my life, what I'll give, I'm giving the same thing to Gurukul kids, to our Gurukul kids. The reason is because I trust them. They will receive. They will imbibe. When I was reading their vision statement, I really felt jealous and I want to join the Gurukul. Bhagavan is saying, I have this trust on you. That is why I am teaching you the supreme sacred secret. So the essence of this verse is, prepare yourself and make yourself worthy of masters. Feeling connection. That's the right word. You feeling connection with master is not that important. He feeling connection to you is that important. That's why I'm telling you. You seeing him is not that important. He seeing you is really important. You seeing him, you will pick up only whatever is comfortable for you from his words and do. When he sees you, he will pour his whole being into you. Rahasyam hi edat uttamam. Bhagavan says the ultimate sacred secret, ultimate mystery, loyal companion. I tell you, anything can be done in your life to catch in his heart the place loyal companion. Having place at the feet of the master is not that great, but having place at the heart of the master is the real ultimate thing. See, anybody comes to my feet, I give the place. My feet is the one thing which can never do the action of kicking. My feet can do all other movements other than kicking. So anybody comes to the feet, get the place in the feet. Getting place in the feet is not that difficult or that great. That's just the initial level. But getting place in the heart is the real achievement. Bhagavan is saying, because you already have place in my heart, I am teaching this great science to you.
So the feeling connection to the being who represents your own highest possibility. Who is Guru? Guru is your highest self in the human form. So feeling connection to the being who represents your own highest possibility can simply nullify the constant torture that you go through from the patterns of your body and mind. So many problems which may not be solved by doing some unclutching meditation completion. There are some things cannot be solved by them. Please understand that. Many things will be solved, but not everything. But they will be solved by just by having feeling connection. Swamiji says, feeling connection is the ultimate technique. That's why we are discussing one full day. We are presenting about the feeling connection and its aspects of it one full day. It's the ultimate technique. If your feeling connection is so strong, you really do not need any other technique. That itself solves everything. If your feeling connection is so strong, you do not need any technique. That itself solves everything. To solve all your problems and get whatever you want, say health, wealth, enlightenment, relationship, some name and fame, anything that you want, just feeling connection is enough. Nothing else is needed. We have two choices. You can, I don't want this feeling connection. I don't want to learn anything from Master. He also looks like a human being. So what he can teach me, I am good enough myself. I can learn from my life. I'm intelligent enough. Well, I can learn from my life. I'm intelligent. If somebody feeling like that, understand, learning from the Master is very a sweet experience, a very joyful experience. Master gives you anesthesia of love before starts his operation on the tumor of our ego, which is full of patterns, full of a solid coverings. Because he showered his love, he will not even, you will not even experience the pain of going through the transformation. Even if it is mildly painful, you will endure it only with the joy and awareness of being with the Master. Master is an intense life. Not only does he teach you, he also sees that you go through the whole transformation blissfully. So, bhakti, surrender, they will happen on its own. But the main thing that you need is to have the feeling connection, the umbilical cord connection, a deep friendliness with the Master, a deep feeling connection. For that, you need to have, if you have the logical mind, it will never happen. That is called putarka in Sanskrit. We have that putarka, that means logical, too much of negative logic. That has never happened. You will never experience. But if we have the vitarka, meaning very clear understanding, positive understanding, when Guru blesses you, let you experience whatever happens in me, happens in you. This is the most frequently Swamiji blesses. But if that The moment you are open with the vitarka, that energy flows like a influx, like a ball. But only when the person has vitarka. Then it will be a very joyful experience. Vitarka means feeling connection beyond your logic. You go beyond logic. You don't understand many things. You go beyond logic. That is vitarka. It is just knowing. You know it is going to happen. That's it. How you can explain it? You cannot explain with your logic. Knowing that something is the truth by your own experience is that feeling connection, that anubhuti, we call in Sanskrit. Knowing that something is the truth because somebody whom you really feel connected has experienced, then that is vitarka. When you have vitarka, all that experiences that Guru has it, you will have it. You inherit, basically. How mother umbilical cord connection, how a child is connected, how mother nourishes the infant fetus, everything. Same way, all that Guru has, we imbibe, we inherit. Directly downloading everything to have the vitarka. All that we need for the living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti, everything will be downloaded. Everything will be just like that, flows towards you. And straight away, when you start having more and more feeling connection, it will straight away become a life-changing, and you will know life decision-making strategies, and you experience the Jivan Mukti, the living enlightenment. Swamiji says, by just begging $1, $2, you will never become a millionaire. Same way, by meditating every day, you will never become enlightened. You need it, but begging $1, meditating 10 minutes, meditating half an hour, what will you achieve? Only master's initiation and master's will enlightenment can be achieved. Initiation is like having a billionaire uncle who dies and leaves everything to you at his will. So, but some of you, if you have a kutarka, oh, I don't believe in even, I don't want to have a connection, I don't accept anybody, I'm not going to accept what anyone else. Okay, do not accept, Swamiji says. Okay, do not accept Edison, do not accept, you reinvent yourself. Edison is not going to lose anything. The electric light which he discovered, you use it and you benefit from it. If you don't want to accept Edison, you are the loser. You will reinvent yourself. Edison is not going to lose anything. You will be losing. So, Kutarka makes you a loser. Vitarka is actually an intelligent game. It is not a foolish game. You will gain everything. When you have the Vitarka, all the experiences what the Guru had become your own experiences. All the intelligence, intuition you will inherit. Now we're going to do the power manifestation of a remote vision. So please go ahead. Okay. So now actually you're going to have another session and then we're going to have the power manifestation. Your next Acharya is here.
And
So in this session, you're going to learn about how many ways and what are all the ways you can have the feeling connection. So your next Acharya is going to conduct the next session.
Nithyananda. Nithyananda, everyone. Yes, requesting all the participants, please put your hands together for the Satguru Vandanam. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Kagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, Jessica, Xavier Aya, Ma Shukrendrananda, Chunyu, Yohang Ping, welcoming all of you to today's session in Paramashivoham Level 1. It's about feeling connection with the divine in the form of Guru, feeling connection with the Master. The ultimate experience that any human being could have is one of enlightenment. Bhagavan says, as a human being, the greatest bliss that anyone can have is to have this feeling connection with the Guru, the Master. The ability to be a disciple, the ability to connect with the Guru, the ability to cherish that kind of a deep friendship with the divine. Feeling connection is something that will lead you to one of the greatest experiences that a human being can have, which is bhakti. It just needs to start off with a simple friendship, a feeling of friendship with the master. The ability to connect with the master will eventually lead you to bhakti with the divine. Most intellectual people are caught with logic. Logic which decides and dictates every aspect of their life. Logic which makes life very dry. Sharpening of your logic with engaging with your logic with a lot of positivity will ultimately lead you to vitarka, like what our previous Acharya Swami was explaining. Vitarka is the ability to have that kind of a deep feeling connection with the master, a broad logic which is available and open to assimilate whatever the master delivers, breaking the shackles of the logic which defines what we partake. For us, what we have studied in schools and colleges is the ultimate truth. Beyond that, if something is being shared, then the logic kind of steps in and says, this doesn't match up to what I know, what I understand. I know it all. I don't want to take this kind of an ideology into me. No, you're not. The master is not going to lose it. The master is not the loser. If it is going to be, it's about us. Can I request all the participants to please mute yourself?
ఏమో ఆమె చేస్తానని తీసుకున్నారు కదా నాకు తెలియదు పేరుగా చెప్పాలి.
మీరు లేకపోతే ఆ లింక్ ఫార్వర్డ్ చేయండి, నేను చెక్ చేస్తాను వాళ్ళు చేసినారా లేదా ఏంటి అని.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes. So, tarka is the logic which more often than not tends to negate any ideology that does not fall within its frame. The ability to connect with the divine, with the master, with the guru, with a deep vitarka is actually a blessing. For many newcomers here, even if you feel that I'm so stuck with my logic that many a time I don't want to take in what is being shared, if you are stuck there and if you want to get out of that space, just have a sincere prayer to the God, to the divine, to the master, that you want that vitarka. You want it so that you can flower in your spiritual path. And you will see that your own logic will sharpen and sharpen and sharpen, like how we keep rubbing a knife against a stone and make it sharper. The vitarka that gets sharpened will, the tarka, the logic that gets sharpened repeatedly will ultimately lead you to vitarka, the ability to connect with the master's teachings, the master's presence, the master's initiation. It is like when you have a deep feeling connection with the master, you do not have to work on your own the various components of living enlightenment. There are multiple dimensions to it. You don't have to work on every component for you to start living and radiating enlightenment. It just becomes like you have laid the pipeline with the Guru so that all of his experiences, the tapas that he has done to reach where he is now, all of those experiences will literally be given to you on a platter. And that is the beauty of having that deep feeling connection with the master. So let us now enter into understanding the various aspects of feeling connection in Bhakti Spurana with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru, Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I welcome you all to this session. I request the participants to please come in front of the camera. Thank you, Xavier Chinyu. So, Bhakti Spurana. Yes. The master is constantly available and open. If you want to connect with me as a teacher, you can connect with me and carry the knowledge, says Bhagavan. If you want to connect with me as a master, you can have initiation from me. Understand? Only the master can initiate. The teacher can't initiate. The teacher can teach, but only the master can initiate. If you connect with me as God or divine, the ultimate energy, you will carry the experience itself, not just the initiation. It depends on how much your inner space is made available for me. That's all, says Swamiji. Let me tell you one thing clearly. I'm not here to prove that I am God. I'm here to prove that you are God. I'm not here to prove my divinity. I'm here to prove your divinity. If you just relate intellectually, you will carry the knowledge. If you relate with a little bit of emotion, a little bit of love, you will carry the initiation. It means that whatever I can't express through words also will go into you. The software will be transmitted. If you're just connecting at an intellectual level, you will get the knowledge. But if you can connect with your heart, all the experience, the software itself will be transmitted by the Guru. If you're able to connect with the being deeply, you don't need initiation. The very experience will be transmitted. So basically, it all depends on each person and to what level he connects, to what level he experiences. So what are the various ways, the 5 ways that you can connect with the master? The 5 attitudes with which to relate with the master. Through each attitude, a different path unfolds, taking you closer to yourself. One path is the attitude of the mother towards her child, looking at the master as your child. Now, this is called the Vatsalya Bhava which is how Yashoda, Krishna's foster mother, related with him. Another is the attitude of a child towards the mother. This is called Matrubhava. How Ramakrishna related with goddess Kali, looking at the master as mother. This is one of the most beautiful ways that you can actually connect with the master. The ability, I would say, it would be one of the biggest blessings if you have that ability to connect with the master as the mother. It is not about gender, understand, it's far beyond that. The third is the attitude of a friend, looking at the master as your friend. This is called Sakha Bhava. How Kuchela and Arjuna related with Bhagavan Krishna. The next is the attitude of a servant. It's called as Dasa Bhava. It refers to the master-disciple relationship, wherein the disciple feels like a faithful servant of the master, which is how Hanuman related with Rama in the famous Indian epic Ramayana. The ultimate is the attitude of the beloved, which is beyond body, beyond gender. It's called as Madhura Bhava. Let me be very clear. The attitude of a beloved is in no way connected to whether you are male or female. It is beyond gender consciousness. It is just a feeling of intense connection. So the 5 ways of connecting. First, Vatsalya Bhava, where you connect with the master as your child. The second is the Matru Bhava, where you connect with the master as your mother. Third is connecting with the master as your friend, called the Sakha Bhava. Dasa Bhava is the fourth way of connecting, which is how Hanuman connected to Lord Rama. Connecting with the attitude of a beloved is known as the Madhura Bhava, which is beyond gender consciousness and just a feeling of intense connection. The last is the Mahabhava. It is all the other 5 bhavas put together and something more. And that is what the master-disciple relationship is all about. You can relate with the master in any one of these 5 attitudes or bhavas, or all the 5 put together. Now, that is known as the Mahabhava. All the 5 attitudes and something more is the Mahabhava. In this whole Leela of the master-disciple relationship, Bhagavan says, what you enjoy as a disciple are the Shaktis, the various powers that Bhagavan expresses, and what he enjoys with the disciple is each one of our bhakti. Now, this is the whole Leela of Guru-disciple relationship. We enjoy his Shaktis, he enjoys our bhakti. One of the greatest blissful experiences that you can have as a human being is cherishing deep feeling connection and bhakti towards the master. Understand, the master is like a forest fire that is happening on one side of the river. The disciple is on the other side of the river. He is on that side of the river, and we are on this side of the river. The river is the samsara, the river of births and rebirths. the samsara sagara, it is called. Between the master and the disciple, if there can be a bridge made up of any material, the fire can move. It can cross over the bridge and reach the disciple. The material of which the bridge is made is immaterial. It can be made of wood, it can be made of cement, but the forest fire has the capacity to move over the bridge and reach the disciple. In the same way, irrespective of whatever connection you may have with the master, just get totally dissolved into that. If you dissolve into that, it will simply fulfill your feelings and lead you to the ultimate state of eternal bliss. In whichever way you are connecting to the master, you could be connecting with Matrubhava, you can be connecting with Vatsalya Bhava, Saka Bhava, Dasa Bhava, Madhura Bhava, in whichever way. Completely get dissolved to it, and you will see that it will lead you to the ultimate state of eternal bliss. If you understand this truth deeply and try to practice this with the determination, I will focus on my feeling and get dissolved into the master-disciple connection, it will lead you to that state, says Bhagavan. Don't even think that you don't know how to dissolve into that. Just have the sheer determination, and that is enough. You have to be determined to get dissolved. Don't even think, how do I get dissolved? Don't bother. Just be determined to be. It will happen automatically. Any hurdle between the master and the disciple will dissolve just by focusing on the dissolution that happens between the master and the disciple. So the 5 attitudes that I mentioned, the Matrubhava, Madhura Bhava, Vatsalya Bhava, Saka Bhava, Dasa Bhava, they are all actually 5 levels or stages of feeling connection between the master and the disciple. So that basically depends on the kind of personality that the seeker has. Each one of us would be relating to the master in different ways. For someone, they would relate to him as their best friend. Somebody would connect with the master as the parent, the mother. It basically depends on your personality. It's fine, whichever way. See, understand, there are 3 kinds of personalities. One who can intellectually connect, but will take a lot of time to feel connected emotionally. Now, they will connect to the master intellectually. Oh my God, he's such a brilliant person. Everything that he speaks it makes so much sense. He's so knowledgeable. How vast is his ability to analyze and reproduce and be able to deliver anything and everything under the sky. So these are the kind of people who intellectually connect with anything. He can intellectually understand. He can intellectually relate, but he can't emotionally have the feeling. The feeling connection does not happen in him. Brilliant, all of that. But when they see others who connect with the heart, sitting there with their eyes pouring, their hearts melting, the muscles actually melting, almost like the ice cream is melting. And they see the kind of joy that those group of people who connect emotionally experience. They cannot even relate to that because they have not opened up their hearts. That kind of a feeling connection does not happen immediately for them. Eventually, yes, if they continue to hold on, even with their logic, with the right kind of logic, when they continue to maintain that connection, it will happen eventually. But for a beginning, at the beginner's level, it may not. The second type are the people who connect emotionally immediately. They will straight away have a feeling connection. One sight of the master is enough. They'll have love at first sight. They can have a strong feeling connection, but very difficult to intellectually analyze and understand. Intellectually, they will be a little dull. Now, the energy for these kind of people will be through the heart. These are the second type of people, the second type. The third type. The third type are very balanced. The intellect and the emotion will be both parallel lines in them. They will be very straight. They can connect intellectually and also experience emotionally. Now, these are called as the being level people. So you have the intellectual variety, the emotional variety, and the being level people. The being level people are very balanced with both their intellect and the emotion. Intellectually, they will be able to connect, and also they will be able to experience emotionally. So the first stage of connection is usually purely at the intellectual level, based on doubt more than anything else. So doubts will keep coming up all the time. There's a very beautiful journey with the master. Anything that he speaks, okay, because he's saying, but I don't think so. I doubt whether this is right. You may start thinking, he looks so young. How can be he master? He doesn't even seem to be highly educated or qualified. So how is it? How does he get thousands of people to listen to him? You have your doubts. You are cynical at the first stage of connection. It's very normal for these kind of doubts to be coming up. In the zone of pure intellect, the relationship never happens. The next step is from intellect to intelligence. From the negativity of doubt, you move to, why not attend this program and see what this person is really doing? Instead of remaining with, what can he do? You can move to, I think he means something, but I neither believe nor do I disbelieve. Okay, let me see. Now, this is when the intellect, which is a solid, frozen kind of which has an existence, will start becoming intelligence, where you say, okay, let me see. I neither believe nor do I completely disbelieve. Most of what he is speaking is making so much of sense. So maybe I should give myself a chance. Let me see, let me attend, and let me just sit there with that trust. Trust is not about your belief. It is about your willingness to experiment with the truths that are being shared. So that is when you actually move towards intelligence. Then, if you continue to look in, you move from intelligence to intelligence mixed with emotion. Maybe 60% intelligence, 40% emotion. You feel that the master is a good friend. You think he can guide me a little bit here and there. Wherever I need guidance, whenever I feel stuck with something and I ask, he's always there, giving me the guidance, giving me the suggestions. I have an idea of how my life should be. So he doesn't have to teach me everything, but wherever I need to take some decisions, I can actually reach out and take his help. So this is how the intelligence moves on to intelligence mixed with emotion. An intense mix of emotional and being level attitude eventually follows. Now, this is looking at the master as a friend. And that is what we call as Sakha Bhava, a friendly attitude. It's like you're using a stick to walk with. When do you use your stick? A crutch? You use it only when there are ups and downs. When you're going through your ups and downs, you reach out to the master for his guidance. So you start relating with him as a friend. And that is what we call as Sakha Bhava. After that, what happens? By and by, slowly, when you go through some serious problems in your life, like depression, low moods, when you're not able to help yourself with his words, you realize that stick alone may not be enough. You need more support. So you ask him, your teachings are great, but at this moment, I'm not able to follow them. What do I do? Then the master supports you mentally and psychologically also. You reach out for his hand, and with his help, you start walking again. The Madhura Bhava, an intense mix of emotional and being level attitude starts growing in you. The gratitude towards the master increases while holding his hand. If you have only the stick, then it is a friendly attitude, which is intelligence plus emotion. If you start holding his hand, he will start lifting you. Slowly, it becomes emotion, intelligence. More emotion, less intelligence. In this stage, you move from intelligence to intelligence with emotion. 60% intelligence, 40% emotion. Now, this attitude is what I call the master like a father or a mother. From being a friend, he becomes your parent, a father and mother who holds your hand and raises you, starts lifting you up. This is the beautiful Matrubhava. Slowly, very slowly, the relationship deepens. You settle down and think, he's not just a friend. He's not just a person who gives me suggestions and ideas. He takes me out of my problems also. Again and again, when you are helped, every moment beyond your expectations, the feeling within you towards him becomes more of emotion. He fills you. he fills your heart. You will have a problem forgetting him. And that is the moment you feel like bowing down to him like a servant, not with shame, but with reverence and humility, because you have found someone to surrender all your problems to. It is in this space that you actually bow down to the master like a servant out of deep reverence and humility. And this is how Hanuman felt towards Lord Rama. He was completely devoted to Rama. A deep connection of high emotion happens with this kind of a relationship. This attitude is much more emotional than the earlier one. It is a mix of 60% emotion, 40% intelligence, which is the dasa bhava. Then, by and by, you move deeper emotionally and you become protective of the master. Instead of asking attention from him and taking help from him, you would want to support him, love him, and attend to him. Your attitude becomes that of a nurturing mother. This is a state of pure emotion, the Matrubhava. Are you all with me in this beautiful journey? Yes. Thank you, Xavier. Arya. So, the Matrubhava happens. In these four states of intelligence, intelligence emotion, emotion intelligence, and pure emotion, your life is separate and independent from the master's life. You just take help from him to help your life, to enrich your life. That's all. In all of these four stages, when the emotional attitude ripens, you start feeling that your life is no longer separate from his. Then you move from the emotional level to the being level. You feel like sacrificing yourself to take care of him and dedicating your life to him. There is a merger at the being level, even stronger than the emotional connection of a mother and a child. It is a connection of deep love without any gender consciousness. And this is what is called Madhura Bhava, which is an intense mix of emotional and being level attitude. When the Madhura Bhava becomes intense, suddenly you experience that there is no he and you. There are no two different beings. You and he are one and the same. You start experiencing the Mahabhava, experiencing yourself as the master. You experience the ultimate, Tattvamasi, thou art that. That is the culmination of this beautiful journey with the master. This is how, step by step, you start experiencing and growing in the feeling connection with the master. Each disciple's relationship with the master is unique, and that is the beauty of it. Never ever compare your feeling connection with the master with somebody else's feeling connection with the master. It will always lead to problems. It will always lead to complications and conflicts. Your connection with the master is unique. Each disciple progresses with the master in the search of his reality, in that path, that which is best for him to progress. Each of our paths is unique to us. So never ever fall into this trap. Always it should be master-disciple relationship. No disciple-disciple relationships. Because he knows where he needs to work on you. The master surgeon with the greatest precision. So walk your unique path with the master. Only work towards developing the feeling connection with the master. Each disciple progresses in his own path, which is best for him, and that is unique to him. Various techniques Swamiji recommends with respect to developing the feeling connection. Living like the master is one of them. A powerful meditation technique to live and feel connected with the master continuously. The mind takes the form of that on which it contemplates continuously. Whatever it is that you are continuously contemplating on, your mind will start taking that form. Now, just look into your life. If you are with a group of people who are always talking cricket, walking cricket, drinking cricket, sleeping cricket, you will also be doing only that, isn't it? Whatever it is that you are constantly engaging within your mind will take that form. The most effortless way to experience the space of enlightenment is to meditate on the being who lives and moves in that space. The most easiest method, the most beautiful method is to meditate on the form of the master. Meditate on the master's teachings. Meditate on his feet space. Feeling connection is nothing but holding on to that which never changes. What is it that never changes? The formless consciousness. It's not even the embodied form, it is the formless consciousness. But it is not easy for us to directly feel connected with the formless existential energy, the avyakta, the formless form of Paramashiva. How do I even connect with it? Because I don't know anything about it, isn't it? The master is the form that reminds us again and again of the formless, the vyakta component of the existential energy. Embodied form of the existential energy is that of the master, and this is the form that will remind us again and again of the formless. You cannot limit the master in any one frame. world about God, Jiva, Ishvara, and Jagat. All of this, ultimately, the cognitions that you hold about Jiva, Ishvara, and Jagat is what decides life for you, isn't it? And that is your bio-memory. Continuously, constantly meditating on the master is a very effective technique for changing your bio-memory. When you keep practicing it, your body and mind will simply pick it up. It will simply pick up the language of enlightenment. Whatever situation you are faced with, ask yourself, how will my master behave in such circumstances? Over when there is a beautiful way in front of your eyes to handle even death, what other problem can stand before you? How many of us here have gone through the death experience with the master? Xavier Iyer, can you hear me now? Shukra Indrananda, can you hear me? Yes, all right, ma'am. Thank you. So, do not bother about any difficulties that you might face. What is the worst thing that can happen? Death? Then ask yourself, how will the master handle this? Even if death happens, the master will simply leave the body gracefully. He will be untouched. So when there is a beautiful way in front of your eyes to handle even death, what other problem can stand before you? Just this one connection can solve all your problems and run your life. Understand, this is not just faking. Maybe in the beginning it will seem like that, but when you continuously follow the expressions of enlightened behavior, you will fall into the experience from which that behavior arises. Just live like the master. You will live like a master. Living like the master is one of the most effective techniques that Bhagavan recommends. The various dimensions of feeling connection, prayer. Prayer is a powerful way of feeling connected to the God or to the master. A sincere prayer has many benefits. When you are connected to the master, the prayer establishes a direct bridge between you and the all-powerful, compassionate existence in the form of the master. Prayer can directly remove all the physical and mental impurities that you carry inside you. It can simply dissolve all the sins you have been carrying. It is an integrated, focused direction of your energy towards the ultimate energy. So many people have asked this question: can you prove the power of prayer scientifically? Have you seen that if you pray for someone, can that person be benefited? Research has been done, especially over the last few decades, to answer some of these questions. I'd like to share the findings. In a 1998 study, some selected practicing healers from various traditions like Buddhism, Christianity, the Indian shamanas, etc., they were all a part of this study. They were supplied the first names, the blood counts, and photographs of 20 patients who had advanced HIV infection, that is the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, AIDS. Every day, for an hour per day, the healers concentrated their thoughts on the pictures of these patients. They did it for 10 weeks. There was another group of 20 other AIDS patients who were left without being thought about in this way. Nobody prayed for them, nobody meditated for them, the healers, because they had to do this controlled study, right? So they divided it into two groups, 20 here, 20 there. With 20, they had the photograph on which they used to focus their healing thoughts, they used to pray for them, they used to meditate them. The other group did not receive any of these kind of healing services. An important thing to be noted in this is that the patients had no idea that they were being prayed for. Now, it was found that the patients who received this distance healing had fewer and less severe new illnesses, new infections, fewer doctor visits, fewer hospitalizations, and in general, they were more positive than the group who were not prayed for. Now, this was to the extent of 50% to almost 100% better results than the group that was not prayed for. Similar studies which were conducted on mice also showed that distance healing even shrank tumors. Experiments have been done on heart attack patients who don't even know that they have been prayed for and they recover much faster and better. A similar study in Paris of a group of 60 terminally ill patients in the hospital were prayed for, while the patients themselves were not even aware of this. Another group of 60 terminally ill patients were also monitored who did not receive anything other than the medications. All the medical care was being given perfectly well to both the groups. One group received all the prayer services, the other group did not. Right? It was found that the group that received the prayers lived an average of 4 months longer than the group that did not receive the prayers. Now, this is not a small thing when you're dealing with terminally ill patients. 4 more months of life. Not only that, 5 of the patients who were prayed for even recovered completely. On the other hand, the other group of 60 patients who were not prayed for, none of them got well. Imagine, 5 recovered completely. All the others had an extended life for 4 months longer, whereas the other group, not even 1 patient got well. Now, this goes on to prove the power of prayer. The power of prayer on one's own self has also been found to be remarkable, and various top universities in the United States of America have studied these effects. Some of the benefits: 40% lower death rate from heart disease and cancer, up to 14 times higher chances of survival after surgery for heart patients, lesser hospitalization time, as little as 3 weeks. A study done in San Francisco in the 1980s on a group of about 400 patients showed that the group receiving the healing prayer not only had fewer deaths, they also had lesser need for CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and mechanical ventilation, as well as antibiotics. So the power of prayer is proven beyond doubt, even scientifically. So with this, I will now move on to the second technique, which is tuning in to the divine vibration. You can connect to the existential energy in any way as long as you feel sincere and integrated in your devotion. A very easy, powerful, and effective way is through the chanting of mantras or sacred syllables, which have a deep meaning linguistically as well as vibrationally. Choose the mantra with which you feel most in tune. If you have a favorite deity, you can choose that name or mantra of that deity. Understand, the beauty of mantras is that it is not even necessary that you understand the linguistic meaning. Just chanting the mantras, the vibrations that are generated will deliver the impact that it is supposed to be causing on the person who is chanting or listening. So you can actually choose with whichever mantra that you feel connected, the favorite deity that you feel connected to, the guru, if you have a guru, connecting to the existential energy becomes effortless, as the guru is the living, moving form of the formless energy. He is your direct connection to the divine. So whatever the mantra or prayer that you choose, remember that it is only the means for you to connect. You can have the mantra of Shivoham, Sadashivoham, Mahasadashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Depends. Like in your journey, your spiritual journey, how you connect to the divine also will be varying at various times in life. It could be in the space of Dvaita, where you can see that you are different from the divine. Or it could be in the space of, there are two. When it is Dvaita, he is there and I am here. Or it could be the space of Vishishta Dvaita. It could be the space of Advaita. Or it could be everything happening at the same time synergistically. Irrespective, at whichever time, however you choose to connect with the divine, whatever mantra, whatever prayer you choose, remember, it is only the means for you to connect. The divine power is always available, and you only have to choose the path that is easiest for you. Feeling connection to the master, to the guru, or an enlightened being through prayer or mantra is a powerful technique that can lead you to the ultimate feeling connection and enlightenment. So, make the whole being as an ear for the mantra. Just sit down and observe the whole being listening to the mantra. If you just repeat the mantra mentally, the mind will come up with many things, right? It repeats many things. When the whole being is made an ear for the mantra, you can feel the mantra coming from everywhere. This will happen naturally with practice. You don't need to put effort to chant the mantra. Finally, even the mantra does not exist. You become the mantra. The essence of the mantra just becomes you. The mantra exists as an experience that fills your whole being and is no longer separate from you. The very vibration of the mantra changes the vibration and the frequency of the being. So we've been sharing the various techniques with which you can connect with the master. First thing is, live like the master. Whenever you're faced with a certain situation in life, just ask the question, how will my master respond to this situation? And live like that, live like the master. The second way to develop the feeling connection is the chanting of the mantras. Understand? The increase in the intelligence also results in the increase in the power of cognition. Anything that you repeat continuously becomes a part of your very being. When you constantly chant the Guru mantra, your very inner chatter, the continuous negative inner chatter that goes on inside 24/7 will get replaced with that powerful mantra. So that is the importance of mantra chanting. Instead of all the unnecessary, random, meaningless thoughts that constantly arise in our inner space, the mantra repeats itself and purifies and energizes your inner space. The energy behind the vak, that is the action of speech, will get completely purified with mantra chanting. When you repeat the mantra, become aware of the mantra itself and the gap between the two chants. The awareness is a very important part of this technique. When you start becoming more and more aware, more and more conscious in everything that you do in your daily life. When you chant the mantra, just don't do it as a ritual. Witness it. Become aware. Then it will become the center of your consciousness. Any thought that comes will be like a mantra. It is just like in a water tank. If you keep a blue powder at the base, the rising bubbles will also be blue in color. Similarly, when you are continuously witnessing the mantra, you will become the mantra. You become more aware of the thoughts that you think, so you can catch the negative thoughts at their very source, and you can nip it at that source. When you witness your thoughts and emotions, thus, it becomes more easy for you and you fall into a natural state of meditation. Constantly chant the mantra. Your awareness and your mind will also become the mantra. The speed of chanting is not important. Awareness is the key. This is a very powerful meditation technique that can still your mind and effortlessly allow only the thoughts that are needed for your functioning. You become the master of your mind rather than the mind becoming your master. All right? So, with this, I will now have to conclude. The next Acharya will be taking over from here. Any questions, doubts, please put up. I'm sorry, Xavier Aya, that I didn't get to see your message when that technical glitch happened. I hope there's nothing much that you missed out at that point in time. Any questions? Please post. All right. Okay, I'll wait. Yes, the mantra Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham is still valid after you have the connection. Yes. Yes, Aya. All right. So, please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in straight line and space in deep gratitude to the Master. Let us conclude with the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Yes, thank you, Ma. So now we are going to enter into the power manifestation of remote vision. So, how we are going to manifest this power of remote vision is, I'm going to keep some 5 objects on my right side. So you're going to scan through your third eye and find out what are those 5 objects. So let us start. You can start posting your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. and please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Let us start manifesting the power of remote vision. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Bring restful awareness to your third eye. Sit with the clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your third eye, will raise your consciousness. With this clear context, bring your attention back to your third eye again and again and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and find out what are the 5 objects on my right side. Let us start. No cell phone. Cell phone is there, but cell phone is not part of the manifestation. All right. So let us start.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now all of you, please go ahead and share what are the 5 objects. Can you all type the object names in the chat? So what are the 5 objects names? Can you all quickly go ahead and share? lamp. So it's right. Yeah, it's right. Lingodvanaya, it's right. Yes. Now let's continue. Now we are going to do a technique. Can everyone, are you all with me? And I request all of you to come in front of camera. Now let's understand the levels of feeling connection. This is also done, I think. So now we are going to living like the master. We are going to working on living like the master. A technique that we are going to do. A powerful meditation technique to live and feel connected with the master continuously. This is about the technique. The mind, project the slides. Mhm. Just a moment. Yes, now let us enter into a technique, living like the master. About this technique, the mind takes the form of that on which it contemplates continuously. Whatever you are contemplating, the mind takes the form. The most effortless way to experience the space of enlightenment is to meditate on a being who lives and moves in that space. Bhakti is nothing but holding on to that which never changes, the formless consciousness. But it is not easy for us to directly feel connected with the formless existential energy. So, the master is the form that reminds us again and again of this formless. So, this is the extremely effective technique for changing your very bio memory. As you keep practicing it, your body and mind will simply pick up the language of enlightenment. You can do all the time, you can do this. Duration is not applicable. Instructions is, whatever situations you faced with, ask yourself, how will my master behave in such circumstances? Then do the same. If your mind brings up a question, who knows how he will behave? It's all right for the master. Can I do it? Just ask. How will the master respond to this doubt? He will simply silence the mind, that's all. So you also just do that. Don't bother about any difficulties you might face. What is the worst thing that happen to you? Death? Then ask yourself, how will the master handle this? Even if death happens, master will simply have the leave the body gracefully. When there is a beautiful way in front of your eyes to handle even death, what other problem can stand before you? Just live like the master. So let us practice this for a few minutes. Whatever problem that you are facing at the moment, just understand this and practice this for a few minutes, internalize this, and whatever problem that you're facing, ask, how will my master respond to this situation? So let us practice this for a few minutes.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Now we are going to learn on feeling connection is the ultimate blessing and feeling connection is the ultimate technique. After that, we are going to learn on dimensions of feeling connection. Now, let us learn feeling connection is the ultimate technique. Sorry.
Describe the exact scene of revival of Madhurayadinam. There was a time arrogant, intellectual, but not intelligent, cunning, but not compassionate, experimenting, but not experienced. Few monks from the perverted Jainic tradition, please understand, not the real Jain tradition. The real Jainism is a powerful spiritual tradition. In course of time, the perverted, diverted Jaina tradition, few so-called priests and monks have evolved who have started only using the wealth and the tradition to fulfill their own ends, who are not honest, authentic, or sincere, integrated. Whenever a living master leaves the body, the inevitable corruption, perversion, which happens in the tradition, has happened to the Jainism also at that time. So few Jain monks, very influential but not impressive, powerful but not energetic. Understand? Power means the capacity which comes to you after something from outside is added. Energy means the capacity which comes to you without anything from outside. Powerful but not energetic. Having the status of a leader but not the state of the leadership. Those few fellows were ruling the country and misguiding the king, poor king, unfortunately, because no other option. He was also obeying them, listening, and these few perverted priests and preachers slowly started grabbing the whole country. The very growth of the country started getting disturbed and destroyed, detracted by these few Jain monks. Queen of the king, wife of the king, Mangayar Karasyar, a great lady, woman of a stature of a stature of a sage, still worshipped in all Hindu temples of South India as one of the enlightened saints of Saiva tradition. I can imagine how she would have looked, how she would have been lived, how she would have been living, thinking. A saintly person, highly evolved, devotee of Shiva, Mahadeva. She started getting worried, started having a deep concern for the country and citizens. Please understand, those days, rulers were very concerned about the conscious evolution of the citizens also. Not just food, clothes, education, and infrastructure of the country. No, consciousness of the country was also very important for them. What you believe is more important than what you eat or what you drive and where you live. What you believe as life is more important than the car you drive, the house you live, the salary you receive, the language you speak, or the food you eat, the dress you wear. What you believe as life is too precious to be lost with some fools. So Mangayar Karasyar was highly worried. She slowly started feeling suffocated to be in the palace and unable to do anything for the conscious growth of the citizens. She herself is a highly evolved saint, but as you know, wives are never heard nor respected, can never be accepted, especially by king. For a king to listen to a wife, queen, too much. So the king, his name is Goon Pandian, because he had a bent back. In Tamil, the bent back is called goon. Of course, he was surrounded by goons. So, in a way, the name fits in English and Tamil both. His back was bent. He was not ready to listen to Mangayar Karasya, the queen. She tried her best to convince Goon Pandian. The complete conscious growth can happen only if emotion also evolves. Please understand the key difference between the Jainism practiced at that time and the Shaivism is the sacred sentiments for emotional evolvement. Please understand, Jainism had literally everything Shaivism had, Vedic tradition had. They had yoga, they had tapas, they had meditation, they had everything for the growth of the body, yoga, for the growth of the mind, meditation, for the growth of the consciousness, enlightenment. All concepts were available even in those days in Jainism. But for the growth of consciousness, the sacred sentiments, the ability to feel connected, the ability to melt, the ability to merge with the divine, the ability to radiate humbleness. Unfortunately, that was missing. The ability to feeling connected. When that misses, even the meditation and the extraordinary powers and experiences you receive only makes you more egoistic. It only makes you more egocentric, more arrogant, more abusive.
क्या आप स्वयं एक अवतार पुरुष से अपने जीवन में दिव्य मार्गदर्शन चाहते हैं? प्रस्तुत करते हैं अवतार पुरुष से वार्ता।
Nithyananda here.
परमहंस नित्यानंदा संसार को एक और अतुल्य और अनोखी भेंट दे रहे हैं।
Whole situation, she was completely disturbed, perturbed, shaken, shivering. She slowly asked the king, "O Lord, you are suffering with his henchback." Am I right? Henchback. Huh? Hunchback. This bent back for such a long time. Can I invite a young healer from Tanjore district, from Chola kingdom, who is well known for his healing powers? The king's eyes have slowly opened wide. He said, "Is it so?" He was thinking, contemplating. But the moment Mangayar Karasya said, he is from Shaiva tradition. No, I don't want to meet anybody from Shaiva tradition. Leave it. King said no. Mangayar Karasya could not say anything. She just left it. But again, after a few days, she asked the king, "O Lord, why don't you at least ask these Jain monks who are constantly putting all different ideas into your head, who are bending your brain also, to straighten your back?" King said, "All right, I'll ask them." He called those few monks. They came and they tried as usual. Some chanting this, that. Nothing worked. And they only were giving empty words. No, no, life is impermanent. Your body itself is impermanent. Why do you want to straighten it? Whether it is straight or bent, anyhow it is going to be burnt. Understand? If all these words are uttered to raise the king towards enlightenment, it is perfectly all right. Nothing wrong. But if all these words are uttered to cover up their inability, then something is wrong. The other day, I was brought a report by one sad guru who was giving a discourse and saying, all this materialization, giving boons, healing, and all is not enlightenment, not spirituality. Come on. If you are able to do and does not want to do, great. Prove at least once. But don't use all this philosophy, bulbul, to cover up your inability. These monks also, these preachers, they were trying to do the same thing. They try to use the philosophy to cover up their inability. Don't use philosophy to cover up your inability. Use philosophy to create more and more ability. Philosophy should be used to expand your abilities, not to cover up your inabilities. These monks were trying to cover up their inabilities. Queen Mangayarkarasi intervened the scene and told the king, no, enough. We had enough of words, 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 words. Now, even if the body is impermanent, we want somebody who will straighten it till it dies. Even if it is going to be just next 10 days, we want somebody who will do the job. Not that who will sit and talk. It's like your car has become repair. You take it to the shed and you tell him to repair it. That fellow sits and gives you a discourse on how the world is impermanent. Why do you need a car? Why do you first of all need to walk? Why do you come out of your house? Why don't you sit inside your house itself? We have not come to the car shed for listening to a discourse. We have come to the car shed to get our car repaired. Our great intelligence, the Mangayarkarsi, intervened and told those preachers, no, we don't want any more empty words. We don't want to listen to any more the empty discourses. No, we want result. Finally, the queen was able to convince the Gunpandian, the king, to invite Thiruñana Sambandar, the great saint, the young healer from Chola kingdom. Finally, the Gunpandian thought, all right, anyhow, why not give a try? She talks so much about him. Gunpandian also knows all the husbands, even though they don't listen to their wives, they know their wives are more intelligent than them. Inside their heart, they know we may not listen to her because of our ego and ideas, but she is intelligent. They know. So finally he thought, all right, why not give a try? Finally, Mangayarkarsi just took the nod of Gunpandian, sends a grand invitation with a palanquin, all the traditional paraphernalia to invite Trinyana Sambandar, the great saint. The invitation reaches Trinyana Sambandar. He was exactly in the same situation when I was offered to accept this Madhurayadinam throne. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapita, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Biradi, Bangalore, 56.
You can post your understanding about what you understood, and we will learn further on this topic. Always do not miss the internalization. So what is the powerful cognition you learn to say feeling connection is the ultimate technique? So use of emotion is required for enlightenment. Yes, why is that? That's right. So your understanding of use of emotion is required for enlightenment, right? And you mean to say, why is it the ultimate method? Yeah. What is your understanding? We're going to learn more, but so far, what is your understanding? Because it's easy and sweet as it should be. Wonderful. Very simple. Okay, so now let's learn more in this topic.
Came to Karnataka Desa and invited me, please come and become the Madhurayadinam. One side I was in ecstasy, surprise. The other side, oh God, all these fellows, how to handle? There are so many preachers, perverted preachers, who are sitting on empty books, who will come to fight with me. How to handle? But finally, Jnana Sambandar decides to accept. The moment, see, from this word, I'll describe only Jnana Sambandar's story, but you understand. The moment Jnana Sambandar accepted the invitation in the other country, these priests have started shivering, literally shattered. They are preparing for the protests. The meeting is going on in their mutts. All of them have gathered, passed a resolution. Jnana Sambandar has a big hair. How can he be a saint? A monk should have a shaved head. All these great loose discussions are going on. And even the people who were around Thirunjana Sambandar, a great saint, Tirunavukkarasar, he was staying with Thirunjana Sambandar at that time. Even he said, "Oh Lord, why don't you reconsider your decision to go to Madurai? Now the time is not proper. King is also not in tune with the teachings and philosophy you are giving. Please, why don't you consider?" Even he was discouraging. It's like a opposition from externally and some opposition even from the friends and the well-wishers. But Thirunjana Sambandar, he knows what he is doing. And he knows what he has to do. He knows what he is doing. He knows what he has to do. He knows his avataric mission. He says, "I am coming." And he remembers Shiva and all the 9 planets, Navagrahas, sings the beautiful verses on them, asking for their divine protection. And Shiva's grace. It's called Kolaru Padigam. These verses are beautiful verses to remove all the negativities, negative effects by planets. We can listen to at least one verse from the Kolaru Padigam. வேயுரு தோழிவங்கன் விடமுண்ட கண்டன் மிக நல்ல வீணை தடவி
வேயுரு தோழி பங்கன் விடம் உண்டு கண்டன் மிக நல்ல வீணை தடவே மாசரு திங்கை கங்கை முடிமேல் அணிந்து என் உளமே புகுந்த அதனால் ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனி பாம்பிரண்டும் உடனே ஆசரு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல அடியார் அவர்க்கு மிகவே அடியார்.
The meaning, beautiful meaning, let me translate for you guys. He says, Shiva, who has Devi as part of himself, who has swallowed collective negativity, the alagala poison. He has swallowed even the whole collective negativity, alagala poison. That great being, Shiva, Mahadeva, who has destroyed all negativities, when he is sitting in my heart, in my being, How can this 9 planets small negativity can hurt me? They will do only good to all the devotees of Shiva.
क्या आप स्वयं एक अवतार पुरुष से अपने जीवन में दिव्य मार्गदर्शन चाहते हैं? प्रस्तुत करते हैं
Jnanasambandar knows that one feeling connection is enough. Says beautifully, Veyuru Doli Vangan Vidamunda Gandan Miganalla Venai Dadavi Masar Dingal Gangai Mudimel Aninden Ulame Bugunda Adanal Nyayiru Dingal Sevai Vyaran Velli Sanibambi Randumudane Asaru Nalla Nalla Avai Nalla Nalla Adiyar Avarku Migave. Sadhinams have told, I don't know Shaivism. Anyhow, Veyuru Doli Bangan Vidamunda Gandan. Jnanasambandar describes the beauty of Shiva, beauty of the shoulder of Shiva. See, now he is inviting Shiva to protect him, protect Jnanasambandar. So he is describing the beauty of the shoulders of Shiva. Veyuru Doli Bangan. The shoulder like bamboo, and which is hosting Devi. He is singing the masculine grandeur and feminine grace. The masculine shoulder, which is hosting the feminine consciousness, who has swallowed even the collective negativity, the alagala poison. And he is sitting in my being. En ulame pugunda adanal. He is sitting in my heart. When he is sitting in my heart, all the grahas will only do good to me, will only do good to all the devotees. He sings 10 verses and decides to go to Madurai, accepting the invitation. In Madurai, he was received in a grand way by the Queen Mangayarkarasi. Now starts all the fight. The Jain preachers who are not able to handle the whole situation were shocked, shivering, shattered, blabbering. They don't even know what they are saying. Just blabbering. What happened further? Wait till tomorrow. Today and tomorrow, whole day, I am going to give satsangs. You don't even need to wait till tomorrow. Maybe after 1 hour, we will have next session. Today and tomorrow, I will completely give the history and philosophy of Madhurayadinam. So maybe after 1 hour break, 10 o'clock, we will have next session. Whenever our 292nd Guru Maha Sannidhanam has time, he will also come and address all of you. So devotees from all over the world, please tune into Nithyananda TV today and tomorrow whole day to listen to the live story of Madhurayadinam's first revival from second reviver. The story of Jnana Sambandar from Nithyananda Jnana Sambandar. Today and tomorrow, I'll share this story in my own inimitable style of layer and layer and layer of meanings. How history repeats itself, you see. God. You can very clearly see. Just history is repeating without missing a single incident. But always we win. We won the game. We are winning the game. We will win the game. So get ready. And today, few antisocial elements are trying to come and gather the Madhurayadinam. Nithyananda TV, all of you watch, be live. It will be live relayed. So I have one more message for all you guys. Cynthia Narcisi, Chicago. Tahira Arve, Seattle. Majori, Corbett. Tejomaya, Ma Tejomaya. Blessings to all of you also for meditation is for your website, design team. Blessings. Now, I'll continue the satsang by 10 o'clock Indian Standard Time. Today and tomorrow, whole day, we'll be having satsang. I'll have some sessions in Tamil also. From 10 o'clock, I'll speak in Tamil. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapita, Nithyananda Nagar.
See, there are some experiments conducted, and the people who are receiving some medical care for some diseases, it was found that the patients who received the distance healing, some prayers were offered to them. They had fewer and less severe illnesses, and fewer doctor visits, fewer hospitalizations, and in general, they were more positive than those who were not prayed. This was to the extent of 50% to almost 100% better results than the group not prayed. So, these experiments have also shown that the heart attack patients who don't even know that they have been prayed for recover much faster and better. In a similar study in Paris, there is a group of 60 terminally ill patients in a hospital were prayed for while the patients themselves were unaware of this. Another group of 60 terminally ill patients were also monitored who did not receive anything other than the medication. The other group of 60 patients were also receiving medications. So it was found that the group that received the prayers lived an average of 4 months longer than those who did not. Not only that, 5 of the patients who were prayed for even recovered completely. So, on the other hand, the other group of 60 patients who did not receive prayers, none of them got. The power that prayer has on one's own self has also found to be remarkable. So, various top universities in the United States have studied these effects. %, some of the benefits are the found 40% lower death rate from heart disease and cancer, and up to 14 times higher chances of survival after surgery for heart patients, and lesser hospitalization time as little as 3 weeks. So, basically, healing prayer services results in improving the chances of survival, lesser hospitalization, and fewer medications. So, now let us do one technique, tuning into the divine vibration. You can connect to the existential energy in any way, as long as you feel sincere and integrated in your devotion. A very easy and powerful and effective way is through the chanting of the mantras or sacred syllables, which have a deep meaning linguistically as well as vibrational, including the Mahavakya. What is Mahavakya meaning? Devya, do you know? What is the Mahavakya that Swamiji has blessed us with? What is the meaning of that? Anyone who knows, you can type it. Perfect. Correct. So basically, yes, you're right. Basically, you are declaring, I am Paramashiva. I am Nithyananda Paramashiva. I am Shiva, eternal. That is the declaration. You are declaring oneness space. You are declaring that you are Shiva. You are the ultimate. Perfect. That mantra is already, you have the initiation, you can continue that. Whatever mantra or prayer you choose, remember that It is the only means for you to connect. The divine power is always available, and you only have to choose the path that is easiest for you. Feeling connection to the Master, Guru, or enlightened being through prayer or mantra is a powerful technique that that lead you to the ultimate feeling connection and enlightenment. So this is the technique. Make the whole being as an ear for the mantra. The whole system of yours. Sit down and observe the whole being listening to the mantra. Not from just ears, but your whole being. If you just repeat the mantra mentally, the mind repeats many things. When the whole being is made an ear for the mantra, you can feel the mantra coming from everywhere. This will happen naturally with practice. Then you don't need to put effort to chant the mantra. Finally, even the mantra does not exist. You become the mantra. The essence of the mantra just becomes you. The mantra exists as an experience that just fills your whole being, and it is no longer separate from you. You become the mantra. Mantra is no longer separate from you. The very vibration of the mantra changes the vibration and the frequency of the being. The increase in intelligence also results in increase in the power of cognition. Anything that you repeat continuously becomes part of your very being. When you constantly chant the Guru mantra, whatever Guru blessed you, your very inner chatter gets replaced with that powerful mantra. So instead of the unnecessary, random, meaningless thought that constantly arise in our inner space, the mantra repeats itself and purifies and energizes your inner space. The energy behind the action of speech, walk, and gets completely purified. When you repeat the mantra, be aware of the mantra itself and the gap between the two chants. The awareness is very important in this technique. You start becoming more and more aware and more conscious in everything you do in your daily life. When you chant the mantra, witness it. Then it will become the center of your consciousness. Any thought that comes will be like a mantra. It's just like a water tank, and the heat, the blue powder at the base, arising bubbles will also be blue. Same way, as you continuously witness the mantra, you will become the mantra. You become more aware of the thoughts you think, so you can catch negative thoughts at their very source itself. Witnessing your thoughts and emotions thus become much easier task, and you fall into the natural state of meditation. So let's do this technique for a few minutes. Are you all ready? Let us do this technique for a few minutes with the chanting of the Mahavakya. I hope all of you have that mantra. Yeah, let us do with the Mahavakya, in sync with the Mahavakya. Are you all ready? Let us do this for a few minutes intensely.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानंद Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda, everyone. Now we're going to do one more round of power manifestation. So please go ahead and sit with the same feeling connection, with the visualization of Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. Today we are doing the manifesting the power of remote vision. So after experiencing the oneness space with Swamiji, scan through your third eye and find out what are the 5 objects on my right side.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda, everyone. So now please go ahead and share what are the object names that are on my right side. So what are the object names on my right side? All right. So let's continue. See, Swamiji says, even reading thousands of books, listening to thousands of satsangs cannot be equated to sitting with the master very deeply, meaning feeling the presence of the master, literally feeling the feeling connection experientially, very passively. The sitting passively with the deep feeling connection, Swamiji compares with a beautiful analogy. That is, just like how a piece of cotton left in a bowl of honey, imagine a piece of cotton left in a bowl of honey, gets completely soaked in honey, isn't it? And almost becomes one with the honey. There is no separate existence of the cotton. It just one becomes one with the honey. If you put yourself in the master's presence again and again and soak yourself in master's presence, automatically your self, meaning your divine self, will become established in the master's no mind space. So whenever you are in the presence of master, just open yourself with trust and just drop yourself into trust. You will see the master standing there to hold you. Just drop yourself from your head and fall into the abyss of heart. The master will be there to hold you and make you enlightened. That's all. Dissolve yourself into the feeling connection. Dissolve yourself into the bhakti. Such a beautiful way Swamiji explains in various satsanga. So now let us listen from Swamiji. Dissolve yourself in the feeling connection and bhakti.
Into devotion. As I announced earlier, I'll talk on the sacred sentiments. First, I wanted to share with you all an important thing. About past life, I was doing research for some scientific evidences, references, and researches. I got tons. And about the DNA, I was doing some research for evidences, the discoveries in the modern day, and I was trying to do some research among this in the scriptures. Is there any reference and all that? I had a lot from both sides. Same way I started some scientific research, some evidence, some discovery in the line of bhakti in the Western world, in the Western civilization, in the modern scientific trend. Please understand, it is such a sad thing. Not a single reference I could get. Not a single reference. I am a brahmacharini to do research. Apart from that, I spend little time on my own. I could not get a single modern day scientific research or discovery or study done on devotion. Please understand. There are tons of researches on prayer. But you need to understand a major difference between bhakti, devotion, and prayer. They are completely two different things. There are tons of researches done on prayer. How prayer heals the body, heals even cancer cells, heals the skin disorders. But prayer is not bhakti, understand? Prayer is not devotion. Two big difference. I wanted you to understand. The root of bhakti starts with our concept of God and origin of the universe. The root of prayer starts with the Western religion's concept of God and creation of world, origin of universe. Understand? In the Western religions, the origin of universe is God willed. Because of God's will, the whole universe happened. It means there is some part which created will and some part obeyed and happened. Please understand, in Vedic tradition, it is not. Vedic tradition, we are very clear. The consciousness decided to expand and enjoy itself. It's like understand, if you are 100 kg weight, the whole 100 kg decides to do something. There is no such thing as your brain decides, which is maybe few kg, for few people, few gram. That's different. Only that few kg or few gram decides, and all other whole thing follows, obeys. No. In the Vedic tradition, if you are 100 kg, the whole 100 kg decides. So the consciousness consciously decides to become life or to radiate itself, to become many, to enjoy itself consciously. I think understanding the origin of universe will make you completely understand the difference between the prayer and bhakti. See, the Western concept of God and the origin of universe is there was a will, means one part decides, let there be universe, and the universe happens. Of course, the Western science, just yesterday I was seeing some of the researchers, I am shocked, still they go on maintain saying that life happened as an accident in the universe. I was really surprised. That is why they go on repent for life. If you believe life is an accident, it is not a conscious decision, then naturally you will feel you are an orphan here. You are pushed here, and anything you do will end in depression. When you think you are pushed into something, that place will be naturally hell for you. And in hell, how many air conditioners you put? How many fake gardens you try to create? Finally, it is desert. I saw in Dubai, all over they are trying to create garden. Finally, it is after all a desert. Understand? It's like how much ever you try to create the different things in the hell. A rock garden, stone garden, this garden, that garden, and air condition. Finally, it is a hell. So your understanding about the cosmos, origin of the cosmos, plays a major role in your attitude towards the ultimate reality. So three concepts. One, the Western science. Still, there are some scientists holding on to the concept life happened as an accident. No. Second, maybe middle level, Western religions hold on to the concept somebody willed and all other things obeyed that will, and the world happened, the universe happened. But in the Vedic tradition, we are very clear. Consciousness decided consciously to expand itself and enjoy itself just out of consciousness and independent intelligence. Understand? In our Vedic tradition, it is not that brain decides and the whole body follows. No. The whole body, every atom, every molecule, every cell, every inch, every bit is independent intelligence. That is why the Siddha tradition is so successful in treating and curing the diseases. Still, allopathy is not even able to imagine or conceive. Because the basic belief of Siddha tradition is every cell, every atom, every molecule is independently intelligent. Treat the whole. Anything happens out of whole. That is why very beautifully Upanishad describes Purnamata Purnamitam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Out of whole, the whole comes out. Even when the whole comes out of the whole remains as whole. Understand? If somebody commands and somebody obeys, then how can the commander and the person who is obeying can be one? How can the one remain as one even after command is made and executed? No. The very concept of origin of the universe and God is different in the Western religions and in the Eastern religions. That is why the prayer and bhakti are totally different. Really. Bhakti is a flower with a clear understanding. This is from Narada Bhakti Sutras. Muka Svadanam. 52nd verse describes about bhakti, the joy. It is like the experience of joy which a dumb man has when he tastes something sweet and who can't express it. It's a flower. Very beautifully. Bhagavatakara. Sukadeva was supposed to be the person who recited Bhagavata. Vyasa wrote, but Sukha shared with the world. First he recited to Parikshit. Then the rishis from Naimisharanya hears. Some of the rishis questioned Sukha Brahma. The Gopikas, the Krishna's beloveds, they also had a deep love, romance, very sweet experience with Krishna and attitude with Krishna. You call them as great devotees, but all the women who are serving Sisubala, you call them as prostitutes. What do you mean? There is no equality. You are prejudiced. Sukha Brahma says very beautifully, the love and feeling connection, joy, Mathura Bhava, Gopikas have, is established on the understanding Krishna is ultimate. Jnana Varishta Bhakti. The bhakti flowers with a clear understanding. Understand? Bhakti has a deep root of understanding about the God and the origin of the universe. You just know this whole thing is consciousness, and you celebrate the very existence of consciousness. Prayer is totally different. Here, in prayer, it's like there is somebody, big boss, and who commanded, and everything happened. So there is some calamity. If you want to alter, reach to big boss, and he may veto power it and alter and relieve you. Understand? In the Ganges civilization, even the politics was done based on spiritual understanding. The Western civilization, even religion was done based on political understanding. See the whole thing. It looks more like a politics. King, ordering, and happening, something wrong, go back to king, beg, and he will correct it. I only feel sympathy for the brains out of which this concept of prayer came out. Maybe before the brain was completely mature, this concept of somebody was there and they created. Maybe I can say that this was the concept during the growth. But a fully developed brain can never perceive religion with the angle of politics. You see, this is the right concept for politics. Some head, hierarchy, and he commands and something is created and something is changed, can be altered. Okay, great. Amazing Egyptian political setup. But unfortunately, the same idea gets replicated into the religion. No. Understand? I tell you, the religion of fully developed brain is the religion which came out of Ganges civilization. When a brain is fully developed, you will realize the brain is not something separate, commanding. No. It is just the center of the synchronicity. Center of the synchronicity is not commander. Please understand. Center of the synchronicity means a consciousness which by its presence creates a beautiful synchronicity. By its presence, the whole thing is synchronized. Devotion is diving into the center of the synchronicity. I really feel deeply sympathetic towards the Western scientific community for still unable to grab or conceive the greatness of devotion and unable to get specimens who radiate devotion to do some scientific studies and researches and inventions and show it to the world. I was trying hours to Google some study on bhakti. Zero. All the study which is there is only on prayer. Devotion, bhakti. Please understand, all sacred sentiment is oozing out from the center of the synchronicity, not from the agony towards the origin. No. Center of the synchronicity. Jnanavarishta bhakti. Bhakti which blossoms with a clear understanding about the origin of the cosmos and God and us. Established in the clarity, basic clarity of who we are and what is all around us and what is the source of both. Sacred sentiments is sacred because it is out of understanding. Any emotional ripple happens in you out of misunderstanding is sentiment. Any emotional ripple happens in you out of understanding is sacred sentiment. If you think your father is going to be with you forever and cry for his sake, it is sentiment. Means out of misunderstanding. If you think your son is going to be with you forever and cry for that sake, it is sentiment out of misunderstanding, especially your daughter. It is out of misunderstanding, sentiment. If you think you are the center of the synchronicity, center of the cosmos, and have some sentiment towards it, it is sacred because it is out of understanding. Understand? Any emotional ripple happens in your system out of understanding is sacred sentiment. Your understanding about you, your understanding about the world, your understanding about the God, your understanding about the origin of the universe. Again, I come back to these 4 items. God, nature, human society, and you. These are the 4 major components. So, right understanding about these 4 and relating these 4, relationship of these 4. Any right understanding about these 4 and relationship between these 4 leads to sacred sentiment. Any misunderstanding about these 4 or relationship between these 4, the emotional ripples created out of this misunderstanding about these 4 and relationship between these 4 is sentiment. So I am defining sacred sentiment. Any emotional ripple happens in you with the right understanding of these 4, God, humanity, nature, and self. And between these 4, right understanding about each other's relationship. God's relationship with humanity, human society's relationship with nature, the nature's relationship with you, your relationship with humanity, your relationship with God. The understandings, with the right understandings, any emotional ripple comes is sacred sentiment. Bhakti is falling in tune with the center of the synchronicity. Prayer means begging, cajoling, trying to bribe whom you think as commander. Unfortunately, I really want to tell people who think there is some place called heaven, Kailash, Vaikuntha, and somebody is sitting or standing or lying. If you think, you will really feel cheated when you go there, or if you can go there. There is no will or willed. There is no commander and commanded. The origin enjoys itself out of its own independent intelligence. Very beautifully, Ramana Maharshi describes the Parabhakti. Bhava balattinal bhavanadida sat bhavatirithale undibara Parabhakti tattvam undibara. Strength of the bhava. With that, going beyond the bhava. See, first, we may develop a feeling connection with the deities. In the bhava, you see Shiva is there, Devi is there. With that strong bhava, you will experience those forms. With that strength, going beyond the bhava, bhavanadida sat bhavatirithale undibara. Going beyond, just being in the Sadbhava means the truth. The truth is there is no commander commanded. There is no Bhagavan and Bhakta. When the Bhagavan and Bhakta experience that they are part of the same independent intelligence, that is what I call Bhakti. When Bhagavan and Bhakta merges, that what happens is Bhakti. In my experience, I have always seen, only when the right understanding clicks, something starts bubbling in your heart, gushing. That is what I call Bhakti. Oh God, I was wasting my time so much with this foolishness. Whenever some great understanding happens, past just withers away from your system as a load. It just withers away. It's like some big cancer tumor with which you are suffering, just dried and fell out of your body. How you feel? Oh God, I was supporting it so long unnecessarily. Oh, I'm relieved. Out of that relief, something gushes in your heart. That's what I call bhakti. Bhava balattinal bhavanadida sat bhavatirithale undipara parabhakti tattvam undipara. What a clear understanding about devotion. See, with this clear understanding, Ramana Maharshi says very clearly, with bhava, the strength of bhava, when you go beyond bhava and be in the sat bhava, the ultimate reality, that is parabhakti. Now, with this base, if he sings, Aru kavenai andanai agattidil agilam pazhithidum arunachala, it's Mathura bhava. It is worth. When he says, oh God, for whose sake you took over me, and now if you forsake me, world will abuse you. World will disrespect you. From that high understanding, when this emotional ripple happens, it is sacred sentiment. So the base for bhakti is non-suffering. Because any suffering you have means still the understanding has not happened. That is why I am afraid of the people who show their devotion to me, who still have suffering in them. Very beautifully, Manikavasagar sings. He says, Putrilval aravum anje. I am not afraid of the snake which stays in the snake hole. He describes, I am not afraid of this, I am not afraid of that. But he says, I am afraid of people who don't apply vibhuti, bhasma, a sacred ash in their face. He says, I don't even want to see them. I am afraid of people who show devotion, who still have suffering inside them. Because it is not out of understanding. Anytime the sacred sentiment can become sentiment. When the sacred sentiment becomes sentiment, that fellow is cunning, dangerous, much worse than snake. And I really feel bad for so many ex-disciples. The only trouble is their sacred sentiment becomes sentiment. The understanding, before it became complete and matured, they missed it. That is why I always tell people, first thing, heal your suffering means come to the right understanding. With the right understanding, any bubbling, any emotional ripple happens will be sacred sentiment. Actually, Raman Maharshi is threatening Arunachala. ஆறு காவனை ஆண்டனை அகற்றிடில் அகிலம் பழித்திடும் அருணாச்சலா. If I have to crudely translate, for whose sake you took me over. Andanai means you snatched me. In those days, the kings will enter into the new country and take away all the girls for their pleasure. That's the exact term Ramana Maharshi is using. You took me away. Andanai. Agatridil. Now if you forsake me, throw me out, keep me in distance. Agilam parittidum arunachala. The whole world will abuse you. He's practically threatening Arunachala, but it is sacred sentiment. Because it is out of a clear understanding. The non-suffering layer is established. The non-suffering foundation means a right understanding. See, to find out whether you have a right understanding or not, the scale is non-suffering. It's the scale. If there is a non-suffering scale, base, then any emotional ripple happens in you is sacred sentiment. You are Manikavasagar. You are Ramana Maharshi. You are Meera. You are Andal. But if there is suffering, even your devotion, I am afraid. A non-suffering base, that is foundation, means the right understandings have been clicked. See, the right understandings is the steel pillar on which the non-suffering beam, foundation sits. Anything built on that is temple. I'll reside there. But if there is a suffering, even if the palace is built on it, the divine will not reside there. So for sacred sentiment to happen in you, the bhakti to happen in you, the devotion to happen in you, the first step is non-suffering. Iron out your life. Either fulfill all your desire or reduce your desire. Either bring a complete understanding about all the four and among the four, or be very clear, you can't understand. So no question of trying to understand and harass yourself, forget about it. Come to some clear understanding, clarity. Either have a complete right understanding, which does not give you suffering, or understand you can't understand and escape from it, which again does not give you suffering. But non-suffering, no suffering is the base on which the sacred sentiments can happen in your system. So, from tomorrow, I'll express the deeper and deeper dimensions of sacred sentiments and different aspects of sacred sentiments. This is the base. The bhakti is the base. Then, out of it, so many different ways the sacred sentiments expresses. We'll understand about those things in the next session. I bless you all. Let you all experience sacred sentiments. Actually, the sacred sentiment, if you just move one letter, the C moves in front of A, then it becomes scared sentiment. No, really, I'm telling you. One small missing can make sacred sentiment into scared sentiment. That is what has happened with many of our ex-disciples. The A and C got replaced. They just jumped over. If the agani is cured, it is sacred. Spiritual agani cured. If the cure does not happen, the agani steps away, some misunderstanding, some confusion, then spiritual confusion agani. Yes, he is scared. Just a simple confusion. The sacred sentiment can become scared sentiment. Don't allow that. Suffering is responsible for that sacred to become scared because the base is not proper. A non-suffering is the base for sacred sentiment and bhakti. Let you all experience bhakti, achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yes, what is your understanding? You can post it in the chat. And we are going to do the one more round of power manifestation. Without clear identity, bhakti is dangerous. Okay, one more quick round of power manifestation. So please sit straight with your head neck back, straight line, and please some more comments. Clear ahankara understanding. Yeah. Bring restful awareness to your third eye and visualize Swamiji's form. With that, start chanting the Mahavakya and again chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. And I'm going to put 5 objects. So scan through your third eye and manifest the power of remote vision.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now please go ahead and share your the items that are on my right side to manifest the power of remote vision. Now let us learn one more technique to be in oneness space, to have feeling connection and in oneness space. So now we're all not in Swamiji's presence, but how to be have the feeling connection in Upanishad. Upanishad means sitting with the master. So every night, just before sleeping, watch or listen to any of my discourses for at least 10 minutes. Listen with, but not just listening, doing something. No. Listen with deep, restful awareness in a relaxed way and polish. You will see the whole night you are not experiencing the ordinary sleep. You are in Upanishad. You are with the master. The whole night you will be in Upanishad, in the highly elevated state of consciousness. And the next day, you will just feel my presence as a subtle experience, like a fragrance, every moment of the day. So this you already know, initiation and feeling connection. Do you initiate only the people who are sitting live with you directly, watching the satsang, or people like us who can't watch directly, who watch the only through the YouTube, the recorded courses later on? Do you initiate us also to watch the discourses later on through the YouTube, through the recorder? Please understand. Initiation happens whenever you melt down with the deep trust and feeling connection with the master. When you melt down with the trust and deep connection, you are sitting live with me. You are coming alive with me. I am coming alive with you. When your Kundalini is awakened and the feeling connection happens between you and the master, the distance between you and him disappears. I'm sitting here, people are sitting around the world, thousands of miles away. See the effect of the presence, feeling connection. The whole thing is happening with the feeling connection. Hand moves here, the vibration starts in Asana. How many miles away? And it is not that it is happening because we have modern day technology. No, it can happen just by the remembrance. It is possible. Not even sitting in the two-way, but it can happen via two-way remembrance. So I am making an important statement here. Whenever a sincere seeker, a sincere disciple sits with the deep, melting, relaxed mode with the master, not only master comes alive with the disciple also comes alive with the master. Please understand, not only disciple feels fulfilled, master also feels fulfilled. It's based on your ability to feel connected and experience these truths and radiate them in your life, nothing else. When a sincere seeker melts down in deep trust and relaxes, the transmission of the lamp happens automatically. Whether you are sitting physically with me in this hall, or watching me live via two-way conferencing, or sitting with me in the webinar, or watching this link many years later on YouTube, it does not matter if you are sitting with a deep trust and relaxed mood. Understand, I am alive with you, you are alive with me. So now we are going to watch a beautiful, important, um, powerful cognition on this melting down with the powerful feeling connection, which is prema bhakti, loving devotion. So let us understand is the ultimate technique. Feeling connection, melting down with the devotion, with the love for the master is the ultimate technique.
Today's subject for satsang is Prema Bhakti, the ultimate path. As you are all aware, I am talking on different dimensions of Bhakti for last 1 week, and we have Bhakti Spurana. I was talking about the sacred sentiments, Bhakti, from different dimensions and angles. Today I'll talk one of the important dimension of Bhakti, sacred sentiment, Prema Bhakti. I have some sacred sentiments from different great masters. Something from Akkamma Devi from Karnataka, something from Narada Bhakti Sutras, something from Baul songs, something from Manikya Vasagar from Tamil Nadu, all disciples of Ramana Maharshi again and again pressed him, please talk about the Aksharamana Mala you wrote. He wrote a beautiful song there. Marital garland of letters, Aksharamana Malayan, Shiva, and Prema Bhakti, and Madhura Bhava. Again and again, people are pestering him, please give meaning for it. You explain. He said, there are something, if it is spoken, it is degraded. That's all. The very word will make it dirty. Either you should just understand and keep quiet about it, or just deny the very existence of it. But if you start speaking verbally, the whole joy will be lost. The whole thing will become dirty. It will be reduced to words which can be given any meaning. So again and again and again, Ramana Maharshi avoids talking about his great ecstatic love with Shiva. Then one disciple asks him, if it is so sacred, if it is so secret, why did you sing it out? Why did you share it with us? Then Bhagavan says, I did not sing it for public. I sang for Shiva. Only few people were around me were there when I sang. But those few people, I felt they are my very extension. They are not different. Just because those few were very my extension, only they were around me, I sang to Arunachalam. Same way, when Manikya Vasagar was asked to give meaning for Tiruvasagam, he just smiled and showed Nadaraja, just climbed those steps and of the Garbhamandir of Chidambaram Nadaraja and disappeared into Nadaraja. I can understand. Surely you can't reduce it by verbalizing. It's too much, too sacred. Even I cannot verbalize exactly what is the great ecstatic prema bhakti. Maybe I can inspire you all by talking few things about and sharing one or two techniques and definitions. That's all. So I wanted to make it very clear in satsang today. I am not defining prema bhakti. I am not talking about prema bhakti. I am only giving some techniques for you to achieve prema bhakti. So whatever I am talking should be taken in the sense of inspiration or technique, because it's too sacred. Nelatamareya Nithyananda Tante Palatamareya Rushiyante Tilatamareya Tailatante Maratamareya Tejitante Bhavatamareya Brahmanakishta Chennamallikarjunan Nilavanaru Ariyavarudu. It's from Akkamma Devi. Like the treasure hidden in the ground, taste in the fruit, gold in the rock, oil in the seed, the absolute is hidden away in the heart. No one can know the ways of Chennamallikarjuna. Akkamma Devi, one of the great Prema Bhakta, lived like a child in ecstasy. She sings, it is hidden so deeply, you can't sing about it, you can't tell about it. That's the truth. Manikyavasagar very beautifully says, Karandabal kannalodu neigalandar போல சிறந்தடியார் சிந்தனையுள் தேனூரி நின்று. கரந்தவால் கண்ணலொடு நீ கலந்தார் போல சிறந்தடியார் சிந்தனையுள் தேனூரி நின்று. Ramakrishna says, if you go to a feast, before the food was served, there will be a lot of talking. When the food is served, the noise will come down. You will hear only the noise of asking, hey, one more vada, one more laddu, a little more rice. Only those few words will be heard. But after a few minutes, even that will not be heard. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, only the sound, chop, 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 of food being tasted in the mouth, or the sound of the curd in the leaf plate, only that will be heard. I can say, these great sacred sentiments, they are neither the noise of gossip, nor the noise of get the laddu, get the jaggery, get the vada. No, it is the noise of chup, chup, chup. Akkamma Devi has nothing to tell, but she has something to sing. It is too much. See, if you are too much in stress, you may not want to tell anything to anybody to show that you are weak or stressed, but your face will show you will do something like that sometime. Your face will show it. Same way, Akkamma Devi doesn't want to tell anything. She can't. It's too much. But same way she can't keep quiet. It is too much inside. She is just singing. She has nothing to tell, but a lot to sing. That is why she is singing. Nelatamareya Nithyanadante Palatamareya Ruchiyante Tilatamareya Tailatante Maratamareya tejitante Bhavatamareya Brahmanakishta Channamallikarjunanu Nilavanaru Ariyavaru. Like the treasure hidden in the ground, taste in the fruit, gold in the rock, oil in the seed, the absolute is hidden away in the heart. No one can know the ways of Channamallikarjuna. She is not telling anything in this, no meaning. Final conclusion of this whole statement is the ultimate is hidden in your heart. Nothing can be told. Tell that in 2 words. Why do you need a big poem? Because it is too much to be told in 2 words. You can't do anything. When you are possessed with that experience, anything you do is poetry. Andal, every day she will wear the garland, which is made for Krishna, Vishnu. One day the father, of course, who brought her up, we don't know who is the physical father or the biological father. We only know somebody who brought her up. Nammalvar, Periyalvar. So he caught her. Then all of you may be knowing the story that he made a new garland and took it to Vishnu, and Vishnu doesn't want to wear, and it fell again and again, and he asked, get me the garland worn by her. Then he realizes her glory, and somebody asks her, what do you mean by wearing the garland for Krishna? She says very beautifully, no, I am wearing it for his pleasure. I am beautifying my body because he is going to see me. He is going to enjoy me. He is going to experience me. No more independent identity. Even the body is offered to him, Krishna. Krishna Prasada or Nivedya kept for Sri Krishna. That is why Krishna could not feel that is a different body. He said, let me wear the garland, put on her body. Achalamurti and Sachalamurti. The statue was Achalamurti and Andal was Sachalamurti. Because there was nothing inside Andal except Krishna. Dressing up because Krishna will see me. This belongs to him. So Akkamma Devi has nothing to tell, but she has to tell something. So that she expresses her extraordinary ecstasy. When you are in bhakti, you don't possess bhakti. Bhakti possesses you. It's not like one more thing. You will have it in your house. Oh, these objects. I have bhakti also. No. Bhakti will own you. You can't own bhakti. As long as you own bhakti, it is not bhakti. It's managed bhakti. When bhakti owns you, is real bhakti, prema bhakti. கரந்தபால் கண்ணலொடு நெய்கலந்தார் போல சிறந்தடியார் சிந்தனையுள் தேனூரி நின்று பிறந்த பிறப்பருக்கும் எங்கள் பெருமான் things just like that. milk, sugarcane juice, and ghee. If all three are added, how sweet it will be. Same way you are sweet, constantly in the heart of the devotees. Just by remembrance, joy and ecstasy. Such light being. Such an ecstatic being. Sometimes I go on, avoid the subject by smiling. Now that's what I'm doing. Because the subject is too much. How will you explain the word? Sirandadiyar Sindanayul Tenuri Nindru. The exact translation means in the heart of the devotees, like a honey, you go on oozing out. You can't explain. Either you experience it or just do not know the existence of it. It's like having the eye or not having the eye. That's all. Somebody who doesn't have eye, who is born blind, you go on singing about the glory of colors. Oh, how the rainbow looks. First there is a violet, then there is a this, then there is a green, then there is a yellow. That fellow will naturally get irritated and start throwing stones at you. Persecution. That is why so much religious persecution. And these kings with so much of wealth, the harem of women and palace and everything, they are so deeply depressed and insecure. And these beggar fellows singing in the street, this Jnana Sambandar, Appar and Dirunavakarasar, Manikyavasagar, Sundar, all these guys singing in the street, Namarkum Gudiyallom, Namanukku Manjom, Yemambom, Midarpadom. Looks making fun of king. That is why that guy gets completely threatened and frightened and puts him in the prison. And in the prison also, this guy is not depressed. Sitting there, he is singing. Masil Venayum Malai Madhyamum Visu Dendralum Mingila Venilum Musu Vantarai Goigayum Gondrade Isan Yenda Yenayadi Nidale Katunai Puttior Kadalir Paichinum Natunayavad Namachivayame. He's not keeping quiet. Sometimes singing about bhakti becomes dangerous. Because it is, actually I tell you, bhaktas are aliens. That is the truth. Bhaktas are aliens. They don't belong to this planet. See, it's some non-mechanical parts of the brain gets awakened. I tell you, once the bhakti gets awakened, you can't even talk to common man. I know thousands of our devotees who can't go to any party and who can't talk to anybody else, any other subject. All the old relatives, friends, everything has disappeared. It's not that you renounce them, they renounce you. Because there is nothing in common to talk. What will you do? You are talking about the same thing. What about share? What about market? What about your business? How about this saree? Where did you get this jewelry? But here, you don't know anything of that. The jewel which you wear is energy bead from Dhyanapidam. The saree which you wear is ashram saree, white saree. And all you know about is Swamiji. And what is the next program? What was the last program you attended? Difficult. Not for us, for others. Understand? Somebody is thinking he's the king of the whole country. An ordinary guy, Tirunavukkarasar, old guy, all he holds his whole properties on small Udavarappada, in English I don't know the name, just a small weapon to clean the tool, not even weapon, tool to clean the grass, the ground. That's the only job he will do. He will go to all temple and clean the floor and do some service in the temple, sing about Shiva. But this guy is so charismatic and ecstatic. Wherever he goes, thousands gather. Come on, put him in the prison. But again, nothing can be done. This guy is sitting there in ecstasy and joy. Bhakti is awakening of the non-mechanical parts of your brain. Till the end, neither I nor somebody can explain to you the meaning of Sirandadiyar Sindanayul Tenuri Nindru. No. I can give you the translation, but I can't give you the meaning. Translation says, in the heart of the devotees, you ooze out like a honey. What do you understand? You understand the word honey? Heart of the devotees, oozing out. And you try to fix all that and create a visualization. There is a heart. And like pus usually oozes out in the wound, from the wound, the honey oozes out from the heart. If really honey oozes out from the heart, what do you need? You need a bypass surgery. Or open heart surgery. How will you describe? How will you explain? It is only the ecstasy which can sing. For Prema Bhakti, explanation is not possible. Only experience is possible. Maybe. How my eyes expand when I utter these words. How my throat chokes when I sing these words. The joy my body language expresses when I recite these verses. And the courage my being radiates with these great words, these sacred sentiments. Maybe, I hope that can transmit this into you. The experience may be transmitted into you. That is the only reason I do go on singing, talking every morning. Otherwise, there is no other way. There is no other reason why so many words should be used to sing about something which can never be sung, to explain about something which can never be explained. Maybe I'll try to define one or two things from the Narada Bhakti Sutras. I have read thousands of books in at least 3-4 languages which I can read and understand. Only one book in my experience does not talk about the subject at all about which the book is supposed to talk. If it is Yoga Sutra, it talks completely about yoga. If it is Brahma Sutra, it talks completely about Brahma. There is one book does not talk about the subject which is supposed to be talking, which that book is supposed to be talking. That is Narada Bhakti Sutras. The title is Bhakti Sutras, But till the end, Narada is not able to touch 1 inch of bhakti. He goes on beating around the bush because the bush itself can't be beaten. He just stands in this corner and takes a photograph. Oh, this looks nice. And jumps that corner and takes one more snap. Oh, this looks nice. But till the end, he's not able to create a portrait of the person. Understand? No one can create a portrait of bhakti. You may take different snaps from different corners and say that this is the most authentic snap photograph. No. Here is a one snap from one corner from Narada's Bhakti Sutras. Naradastu tatarpata kilacharat tatvismarane paramavya kulateti. The essential characteristics of bhakti are the consecration of all activities by complete self-surrender to him, an extreme anguish if he were to be forgotten. Oh God. He is describing a deep passions and passion in this one sutra. Self-surrender, an extreme anguish if he were to be forgotten. Complete passions, surrender, an intense passion, the seeking, is the essence of Prema Bhakti. Again, I am also beating around the bush because the bush cannot be beaten. It can only be different directions, different sides, different explanations. But experience has to happen by the proper process. Bhakti Spurana is the process. Go through the process. You will experience real Prema Bhakti. My blessings to all of you. Let you all experience and radiate Prema Bhakti. Let you all experience and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yes, now quick round of power manifestation of remote vision. So please stay with your head and back straight line and visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And with the space of unclutching, start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and find out the object's name on my right side. I have kept 5 objects. Scan through your third eye and find out the object's names on my right side.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Yes. Now you can post. Whatever your third eye reveal, the object means. All of you, please go ahead and post your whatever your third eye reveal in the chat. Yes, now let's understand more on the bhakti, the feeling connection is the song of God. It's literally Swamiji, and a series of talks he explained about the feeling connection bhakti.
Flower is song of the plant, fruit is song of the tree, creativity is song of the man, bhakti is song of God himself. The best things each one can present to the cosmos. Best thing air can present to the cosmos is a breeze. Best thing a plant can present to the world is a flower. Best thing a tree can present to the world is a fruit. Best thing ocean can present to us is waves. Best thing human beings can give to the cosmos is creativity. Best thing God can give it to the world is bhakti. Understand? And I wanted to very clearly make you understand, best thing God can give it to the world is not enlightenment. It is bhakti. Because with enlightenment idea, there is something like ending. With bhakti, it is continuous flowing. Bhakti is beyond enlightenment. With bhakti, anything you have or not does not matter. Without bhakti, anything you have or not does not matter. Both ways, anything you have or not does not matter. I wanted to define, make you understand exactly what I mean by the word bhakti. Yesterday I was watching one of the YouTube video, very powerful video. I really enjoyed. So I wanted that to be shown not only to all the ashramites, even to all the BSP participants. Today it will be shown to you. In the morning session itself, I will tell them to show. It's about how all you think as reality is illusion. Very clearly, scientifically, they are proving what Ashtavakra was talking. Ashtavakra is a great saint, a Vedanti, Suddhadvaiti, much more pure than Krishna and Shankara. Krishna had a line of politician in him. After all, he's a king. Shankara had a line of Brahminism in him. After all, he's a born and brought up as an orthodox Brahmin. Just like still I have line of Arunachala in me. Whether it is good or bad, that streak is there. Nothing can be done about it. But Ashtavakra, no streaks, no line, no theories, straight practical, extraordinary expression. Very beautifully describes how whatever you experience as reality is illusion. He goes on describing from his experience. Now the scientists have proved it very clearly how whatever you call as reality, you experience only in the parietal lobe of your brain. How the informations get in and how you experience the reality in the parietal lobe. And very beautifully they showed, very scientifically, with a lot of research and clear definitions. If your brain is removed, kept alive, brain can be kept alive even if your body is removed. How many bodies are kept alive even if the brain is removed? Brain can be kept alive even if it is removed from the body. If it is removed from the body and kept in a box alive, and feed all the information you are getting now through the computer. For example, now what all the informations you are receiving? You are seeing Swamiji is sitting and morning satsang is happening. You all just now finished Guru Puja in the ecstasy, just sitting in the silence, listening to the words pouring out of Master. This is the information you are receiving. This is the experience you are going through. If the same video record is fed to your brain through a computer, which is possible, and your brain will be experiencing this, that's all. Your brain will be exactly going through the same experience. Nothing more than a computer and feeder is required. Just the scene and the sound, if it is fed to your brain will exactly experience the whole thing as it is. If there are one or two components missing, for example, if the smell idea, if we can't project it to your brain, but all other things are fed in your brain, the missing components the brain creates. That's another one funny thing. For example, here 10 informations are fed into your system, like the beautiful incense smell, and the voice from me, and little noise from the fan, and the scene. So if 10 informations are getting into your brain to create this experience, even if one is missing, 9 informations are fed into your brain through the computer. You'll be surprised. Your brain will be going through the same experience. Then, how do you call this is something real and there is something called illusion? No. They go on producing so many other researches. The research is done on dream state, research is done on waking state, research is done on deep sleep state. Very clearly, scientifically, they are proving how whatever you experience, including the idea of your body, you experience only in the parietal lobe. Understanding that whatever you call as reality is experienced in parietal lobe as illusion, and ability to feel something beyond this illusion, and ability to merge, relax into something beyond this illusion is bhakti. I'm defining bhakti, understand? Bhakti is where you see whatever is seen and experienced, including your body, as illusion, and ability to see beyond this illusion, resting into something which is beyond this illusion, is bhakti. Means how many times you remember and you know that you are going to die, whatever you are creating is going to be left behind. How many times you know it, but there is something inside you, gives you a strong courage, guts feeling, no, I am going to exist. I am going to be there. I'm eternal. There is something in all of us which is responsible for making us forget about our death, about our impermanence, about our non-existence. That streak, that line, that part which is in you, that part which reflects in you, becomes alive, becomes more in you when you start understanding this, whatever you call as reality is illusion. Please understand, if you think this is reality, that part which gives you the courage that you are going to be, your reality, looks like illusion. If you empower that more, this will look like illusion. In the books describing meditation techniques, especially the techniques for Advaitic experience, Vedantic experience, they have a technique. Feel like from the backside of your head, there is like whole thing, there is a huge screen. Means whatever you are seeing is, this is the way you are seeing. From the behind, this, which you are seeing, there is a huge screen. Whatever you are seeing, the whole world is a movie going on in that screen. If you have seen the IMAX theater, you can visualize what I am saying. In the IMAX theater, except your backside, the whole thing is covered. Just visualize you are sitting in an IMAX theater. From backside of your head, there is a huge IMAX screen. And whatever you are seeing, experiencing is running in that IMAX screen. The Vedantic tradition, there is a technique to visualize like that and constantly witness. And they say 3 days of witnessing like this will completely heal your liver. Liver is the place where your strongest engrams stay, intellectual engrams. You can say duplicate intellectual, pseudo-intellectual engrams. I used to wonder, why such a description? From the backside of the head, huge screen, and the whole thing is just happening in that screen. And the funny thing is, this example is described in scriptures when there was no movie on the screen. I'm really wondering how they would have visualized. Of course, in those days, there was another one kind of a play. In the white cloth, They will make shadows, and with that shadows they will play dramas and show. Maybe because of that visualization, they are able to give this example. With hands, they will create shadows and show as if deer running and a hunter running. It's art. In those olden days, there was a art. This was a nightlife. Vedic tradition is one of the tradition which had a very rich nightlife. I am studying just some of the researchers, how missing Vedic style nightlife was responsible for the destruction of our whole civilization. How the Western civilizations took over. Firstly, if you want to penetrate into any civilization, first penetrate as nightlife. That is the best way. That is the easiest vulnerable way. Human beings are vulnerable in night and their activities in the nightlife. Their actions in the nightlife. What they do for fun. What they feel as fun. What we felt as fun. What we felt as joy. What we used to do for fun was the first goal of intellectual war, civilizational war done on Vedic tradition. That is the most vulnerable part. If somehow that part can be destroyed, take away the Bharatanatyam, take away the traditional music, take away the traditional joys, take away all the traditional drinks, infuse your civilization's drinks, your civilization's dance, their civilization's dressing, their civilization's ideas about enjoyment, their civilization's idea about sex. When all those things are infused, suddenly people find Vedic tradition is useless. Anything useless is useless. This is the way I can say one of the biggest attack happened on Vedic tradition. If you look back, we had a very rich nightlife, very juicy nightlife. Even the nightlife was centered on enlightenment. The thread of enlightenment. It was always early morning was entrainment, whole day was enlightenment, and night was entertainment. That was the way our civilization was built, but everything is on yen. The yen was the eternal component. Eternal need. Eternal necessity. Unfortunately, the Vedic nightlife got lost. Communication happens only with the nightlife. Dialogue happens only in the nightlife. Whatever you do in the daytime is monologue and business. There will never be a dialogue. A community will never be built when there is no nightlife. See the whole society. wherever the group of communities exists, there is something nightlife that creates small team, group, friends. Vedic tradition had a very rich nightlife. This visualization has come from the Vedic nightlife. The visualization of huge screen from your back, and the whole thing is just projected in that. If you practice this technique, it will straight away lead to Vedantic experience because it's a reality. And understanding beyond the screen, beyond these illusions, there is something which you may not be able to grasp by the mind which you are having now, which is more grass. There are some things which you can't understand with this mind. All the mind which you guys are carrying, all of you are carrying a kind of a middle class mind. How you can't understand some of the great sacred sentiments, same way you can't understand some of the worst sentiments also. The other day I was reading an article. Some of the attenders in the mortuary of the government hospitals, in the night time, they drink so much. They will go and have sex with the dead bodies. No, the moment I say, you can't grasp this. How can this be possible? No, you can't grasp. When I read that article, even I was shaken. See, just I wanted to tell you this sentiment because your mind is a middle class mind. It cannot understand some of the lowest sentiments and highest sentiments. I wanted to tell you this information just to make you understand. There are some things which you can't grasp. God, how is it? Just like how you are unable to grab Manikya Vasagar, unable to click with Meera, unable to align yourself with Andal, how you are unable to meet Meera and align with Andal. You can't grab this idea. It is too low for you. See, there are some sentiments you can't grab if it is too low for you or too high for you. So you need to understand, just because you can't grab that sentiment, don't think that does not exist. We are not able to grab, but it is. Same way, there are sacred sentiments. We are not able to grab, but it is. Same way, there is a reality beyond this illusion. We may not be able to grab now, grasp now, but it is. It exists. The person who is able to feel it is and able to rest in that truth. The ability to rest in the truth is bhakti. The trust that it exists is vidarka. Bhakti is song of the God. If you have it, understand the greatest thing God can contribute to the cosmos is given to you. You have the ultimate gift in your life. Don't bother towards whom you have. Don't bother. If you have bhakti towards just a small stone, that's enough. Towards whom you have does not matter at all. If it is towards a man or a woman or a stone, anything is okay. God or Guru, anything is okay. Or just symbol of Guru, anything is okay. I saw one of the religious leader, very sincere person, he used to carry a small murti of his Guru or whom he feels as God. Always he will have that deity and worship continuously. Once in the travel, just that box in which he kept the murti fell. I could see his whole body perturbed, shaken. He is just falling, doing 12 namaskars to the deity and asking for apology. It is not seen, he just feeling. Thought, oh God. Not an uneducated man or anything. He's an highly intellectual, and I can say the Forbes magazine has said he is one of the 100 most influential people in the world. I'm talking about Pramukh Swami Maharaj, head of the Swaminarayan Sampradaya. He could see his whole body radiating that sacred sentiment. The deity is God. Thought, oh God, what a scene to be seen. Such an extraordinary sacred sentiment in human body. Very difficult to grasp. For any normal man, okay, when you do puja, visualize it is God. And after you finish the puja, pack it and put it and forget about it, do next work. And next day again, when you open up, oh, Guru Patuka. In Tamil, we have a proverb, only when you see the husband, you will find out whether the Mangalya is there or not. So understand, with anything, if you feel beyond the screen, there is a reality, an ability to relax into it. You have bhakti. And the ultimate song God can sing is singing in your life. As I said, breeze is the song of the air. Flower is the song of the plant. Fruit is the song of the tree. Wave is the song of the ocean. Light is the song of the sun. Life is song of the consciousness. Creativity is song of the man. Bhakti is song of the God. Bhakti is song of the God. Let you all live that song, not just listening. Live that song. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Yes, can you share your understanding? What is your internalization? Can you share it? Swamiji shares essence of his teachings. One of the satsangs, actually many times he said, essence of his teachings is unclutching, ajapa japa, and feeling connection. The essence of his teachings is three things he said. One is unclutching, we'll be learning more. Ajapa japa, meaning continuously chanting the Maha Vakya, and it repeats by itself, and feeling connection. One of the essence of his teachings is feeling connection. He has spoken elaborately on various satsangs about this. He even said that it is much higher than the enlightenment itself. Because when you have the feeling connection, you can get anything. Feeling connection can give you anything that you want. So, and he said it is one of his essence of his teachings. So, now we're going to watch a compilation of various satsangs of Swamiji sharing about this concept, this sacred sentiment of feeling connection. Any questions? Please do let me know.
The last bliss, the ultimate bliss, the final bliss you experience is that space of being a disciple. I tell you, enjoy in itself. Don't miss it. I can say is the last bliss you can experience in the inner journey. After this, no more bliss. I tell you, even enlightenment is beyond bliss. There the idea, bliss, joy, suffering, all that disappears. You get into the different spectrum. Of course, I am not saying it is boring. Enlightenment is not a boring spectrum, but there is no bliss as such what you perceive. Even when I get into samadhi, There is no bliss for me inside. But the way the energy expresses, you feel I am in bliss. But inside, the idea of even bliss does not exist. It is something which can't be described. That's it. Just sitting. Simply. And listening. Readiness to listen. Understand, it is not a joke. In billions of people on the planet Earth, blessed are those who have the readiness to listen in their heart. Please understand. I am not even saying you should listen to me and all that. I am not even saying being my disciple. I am just saying being a disciple, being a receiver is a joy. Even if you are a disciple of an ordinary stone or a tree, it is okay. It's a joy to be sitting and just melting, listening some words and missing some words, heart melting, eyes pouring, muscles melting like ice cream, the throat choking, hair standing on the end, body losing its feeling of being possessed by ego. See, the joy of receptivity, the reception, receiving, when it is experienced in your biomemory, the body loses the feeling of being possessed. See, all the time you feel your body is being possessed by ego. Sitting and not feeling possessed by the ego. See, when your ego possesses your whole body will be stressed, heavy. But when you really sit and melt, the very idea of you being possessed by ego disappears, dissolves. I can say that is the most ultimate auspicious thing you can enjoy in the planet Earth in your whole journey. Because after this, only enlightenment. That will not be a joy or bliss, and you will be in a different spectrum where the enjoyment idea, concept disappears. So understand, if you are sitting in front of the master and feeling your whole muscles are melting like ice cream, and you don't feel being possessed by your ego, the tension, usually it will start from the navel till the throat, like a being possessed by the ego. If you are relaxed from that and your foolish logic is not working, when the tight holding logic relaxes its declaration of power over your body. See, that ego constantly declares its power over your body, its power over you, your muscles. When you sit and melt, at least for a few hours, you melt like ice cream. The declaration of the power over your ego relaxes, disappears. I tell you, if you experience that disciplehood, the joy of being receptive. You are tasting the ultimate. Forget about all your desires. All other desires, anything else will be lower than this. Whether having Miss Universe as your mistress, or largest palace as your house, or having name and fame, or the ultimate powers in your hand, everything will be less than the joy of being a disciple, being receptive, where your muscles are not feeling, being possessed by your ego, where even inside your bone marrow, you feel the sweetness, restful awareness. Peace without feeling heavy. Peace without brooding over on some worries. Just being a disciple. Just melting. I have a question. Arjuna was in deep depression according to the first chapter of the Gita. But by second chapter, his Sahasrara was completely open, as you mentioned. How did this happen so quickly without any sadhana or tapas on his part? Is there a way for us also to progress so fast? Understand? He was completely open to Krishna. His tremendous trust on Krishna. That was something extraordinary. He just got it back. That's it. Nothing else. He just got it back. For a few moments, he also suffered in depression. But see, falling is not wrong. Never raising is wrong. Never raising again is wrong. Arjuna fell, no doubt. But he got up. Immediately he got up. Stood up. And he doesn't have ego. What I said is true. No. He is ready. See, courage is nothing but ability to put yourself on right track. Power is nothing but ability to put you on right track. Putting yourself on right track. Arjuna never lost that. Arjuna is really a amazing devotee, disciple, in a way, even beloved of Krishna. So he never lost that strong feeling connection. So when he got back, immediately his Sahasrara was open, available. So it's like just because you fall into depression once, the whole thing doesn't get lost. And same way, just because you have so many great qualities, it is not that you don't fall into depression. Just because Arjuna had 100 good qualities, that does not mean he never fell into depression. He fell into depression. Just because he fell into depression, it is not that all good qualities are lost. No. So it was a struggle on the journey. But whatever is said and done, Arjuna has a tremendous punya, merit. His whole life is filled with Krishna Leela. Arjuna was also completely filled with Sri Krishna. There was not much empty space. So I wanted all you guys to understand, just because you fall into depression once, it is not that all the good qualities in you goes away. Yes, you fell into depression. That does not mean all the good things have disappeared from you. No. Understand. Arjuna never lost his complete feeling connection. It was covered like a cloud. How the cloud covers the sun. It was covered. Then again, it opened. Arjuna is intelligent enough to drop his ego and tell, Tishyasteham, I am your disciple. Please forgive me. I want to learn. I want to know. Arjuna is a powerful being. He is powerful enough to do this job. That is the reason. Immediately in second chapter itself, the Sahasrara. Let me tell you, actually when a man has a Vidarka, I see very clearly between me and him like a tunnel of energy. When he comes near me, I know that like a tunnel of energy will be there between him and me, like a bridge. So when I give, let it happen in you, like a, just like a ball, the energy flows into him. That whenever a person with Vidarka comes around me, it was such a joy to be around that person. It was just joy to be around the person. See, in my whole drama, in my whole Leela, you all enjoy my Shakti. I enjoy your Bhakti. That's the whole Leela. And that's why the whole Leela happens. Whenever the person with, see, Vidarka means having the breadth, broad logic, which accommodates and ready to accept even the things which are not taught to you in the school. Tell you guys the story of how I myself experienced Vidarka. See, in the Ganesha story, the first thing what happened is, when I heard the story that one saint made Ganesha to eat food, first thing is Darka. When he can make him eat, I can also make him eat. That's Darka. After that, because of regularly in the house, if some kids are not eating, the only thing the elders will do is they will threaten, hey, I'll put you in the well. See, in all Indian houses, they will have a well, open well. And always they will torture, they will threaten the kids, say, if you don't eat, I'll throw you in the well. That is a usual threatening method. So when I had my first Darka, I came back and want to feed the Ganesha, and that fellow is not eating. So the usual same policy, same rule only works. I decided I'll threaten this Ganesha also, like the like how my grandmother, all the family people will threaten. If some child is not eating, this is the way they will threaten. I'll throw you in the well. There is a huge well in the center of the house. I'll throw you in the house, throw you in the well. That's a threatening. Then whatever I heard, that is what will first come. So the first technique I tried, I wanted to threaten the Ganesha also. I'll put you in the well. He's not responding. Then I thought, I'll really put you in the well and show you that I mean what I am saying. Then I had that. They'll use the bucket to fetch water in well. I put him in the bucket and lowered the bucket. When that bucket touches the water, I'll shout from here, hey, I'll put you, I'll really drown you. Then I thought he may not be able to hear. Then there will be funnels to use to pour kerosene. You have seen there will be funnel in Indian villages we will use to pour kerosene. So I took that funnel. That was my loudspeaker first I used. My first loudspeaker. I took that funnel and held it and then started shouting so that you should hear properly. I'll throw you in the well, eat. Of course. Then I realized I did not put the food. I thought maybe after, when he's around near the water, he may change the mind and eat. So I put the food also, then put him inside. Again, 3-4 times I tried. Nothing worked out. And I really did not feel like throwing him in the well. And finally I took him out and I thought, maybe he's not liking my mother's food. And he's not liking the food. Then I went to the temple and got the same food which they offer in the temple and put that food. And I said, hey, your diet is here. Now eat. And again, he did not eat. This is Kudarka. Understand? This is what is Kudarka. I was torturing him. One day, suddenly, like a click, it happened. Oh God. Nambiyandar Nambi, that saint tortured himself, not Ganesha. In my case, I am torturing Ganesha, not myself. So I should look in, change me. Only then he will eat, not torturing him. That click is what I call Vidarka. The right logic, the right tune, not even logic, it's beyond logic. The right understanding. That's an exact translation of the Vidarka. Right connection beyond logic. So just that clicked. Then I decided, yes, I will not eat till you eat. I sat for around 2.5 days. Finally, after 2.5 days, I can't say I felt giddy. I can say kind of a high state, awareness. I fell into that and lost the external consciousness. I saw in the vision, really Ganesha was eating. In the vision, Ganesha was there and he was eating the food. Then just I woke up and opened the eyes and saw there was no food. Food was missing. And it was very strong experience. People sometimes ask me, who knows whether Ganesha ate or some rat came and ate the food when you are in that mood. See, if Ganesha eats, what prasada he will give for me, what he will do to me. He will naturally give me such a joy, ecstasy and bliss. That has happened. Then I know for sure, because this has happened, Ganesha only ate. The prasada, what he will give, has already happened in me. The strong trust, and that strong vidarka, a strong experience. Then I know for sure, this Ganesha who ate the food. Vidarka means feeling connected beyond your logic. Just knowing, knowing that it is truth by your experience is anubhuti. Knowing it is truth because somebody whom you really feel connected has experienced is vidarka. See, when you have vidarka, all my experiences become your experience even before you go through the whole process. All of you understand? See, having vidarka is almost like a directly downloading all my products and sitting in your name. Patenting in your name. That's the vidarka. Vidarka means, see, if you don't have vidarka, every product I patented, you need to pay and take it. You need to work for it and then take it. If you have vidarka, it's like a straight download. When you have vidarka, all the experience, all the components of Jivan Mukti I am living, straight away becomes your life-changing or decision-making points. For example, I do not worry because I know eternal time is in front of me. There is no stress. Even if I leave this body, if I want, I can take one more body and come back and do the work. Eternity is there in front of me. This is my experience. In your case, if you don't have vidarka, you need to go through, do the whole work and get this experience. Only then you can be stress-free. By the time you will be in graveyard. Because all the components of enlightenment which I am having, for you to work and take, how much time it will take? It will take too much of time. That is why they say that in the Yoga Sutras and all, 12 years of sadhana is needed for any experience. If you don't have Vidarka, 12 years is needed. Because it's almost like a paying and buying a software. With Vidarka, just because it is my experience, you know, beyond doubt, I know it is truth. Let me be stress-free. Thousands of things, thousands of amazing decisions, which can be taken only by a Jivan Mukta mental setup, can be taken straight away by you, can be lived. You can enjoy all the great major decisions and the joys which comes out of the decisions of an enlightened mind, even before becoming enlightened, just by the Vidarka. All of you understand why the Vidarka is so important. See, now every day by teaching, by giving you technical knowledge and process, I can initiate you one by one each components of Jivan Mukti. Understand? I can go on like this, transmit component by component, by technical knowledge, technique and process initiation like this. But by the time all the components are reproduced, all the components are imbibed, so much of time gets wasted. You can start making the decisions just like an enlightened mind by having simple Vidarka. See, when you have Vidarka, my experience is your experience. So how I make decisions, how I live, how I radiate, straight away you can start doing. That is what I'm saying. Vidarka is almost like a free download. Just directly download. And you don't even have to struggle. You know, this is what is truth. Then let us make the decision this way. Over. Vidarka makes you live enlightenment without you going through all the process and doing the reinvention. People who do not have Vidarka, it's almost like they have to do complete reinvention. See, for example, from the day one, you need to first invent that light, then switch, then cart, then bed, then AC machine, then your car, then your house. You will be in graveyard. If you need to reinvent all these things for your life, if you say, no, I don't believe in anybody, I don't accept anybody, so I am not going to accept what he invented. I am going to reinvent. So I will not bow down to Edison by using his lamp. I will reinvent now. What is going to happen? Nothing. Edison is not going to lose anything. Thomas Alva Edison is not going to lose anything. We will be losing. So Vidarka is actually an intelligent game. It is not foolish game. Sometimes the big problem is we think emotional people are fools. No. People who can't have the feeling connection are fools. Because having feeling connection is a different channel. It's like a second channel. Just intellectually analyzing is the first channel. You understand that any fool can do. See, criticizing and constantly analyzing, any fool can do. That you don't need intelligence. But the feeling connection happens only for intelligent people. That's a second channel. So Vidarka reduces a lot of your suffering, reduces a lot of your struggle, straight away makes a lot of things easy for you. The Vidarka is not blind faith. One more thing, understand? It's not blind faith. It's not blind faith. Just beyond logic, you know. Yes, it's right. It's right. It's right. It sounds good. It sounds right. It sounds true. Sometimes you will feel exactly what you always wanted to tell, but did not know the right word to tell, I am telling. That is what is the Vidarka feeling. Hey, I always wanted to tell this, but I did not know the right word, he told. That is the Vidarka. Vidarka does the job of using all the benefits of all components of Jivan Mukti without going through all those processes and wasting too much of time. So if you want, see, there are some people who are very adamant, I will make and I will earn and I will live. Then go ahead. There are some people, Why waste life unnecessarily? Come on, let's start enjoying. Who cares it is whose wealth? As long as it is around me, it's mine. Go ahead and enjoy. Over. Let us be more practical. So, you should find out whether you are the first category or second category. Who cares whose it is? As long as it makes life rich, joyful, come on, let's enjoy. It's ours. So decide. Deciding based on intelligence. Deciding based on the right understanding beyond logic. Actually, it is not even a big process. You just need to have a conscious decision. I am dropping my ego of analyzing. What do you know, first of all, which is right and wrong? First of all, your logic which is telling you right and wrong is cheating you. You don't know. But you go on, no. You don't know me. I don't accept anything so easily. Ramakrishna says very nicely, this crow thinks he is very intelligent and goes around and shouts at everybody, finally comes and eats filth. Now crow thinks he is very intelligent guy. And this fellow will go around and complain about everything, everybody, criticize, finally he comes back and he's a village guy, not polished. And that's why the truth is straight. Ramakrishna, that's what as he says, many times you trust the logic which tells everybody else is a cheat, and finally only that logic cheats you. It can doubt everybody else, but not you, not itself. So it's like keeping a security so that he will protect you from everybody. Finally, that fellow kills you. That fellow kills you. That is the way many times we get caught with our own pseudo logic. Solid logic is like a polishing. It is just polishing continuously. Polishing. What will happen when you polish the knife again and again, polishing? What will happen? So it will become sharp. That the actual logic, by its own very existence, see, the darka, by its very existence, will sharpen itself continuously. So naturally it has to become vidarka. Unless you interfere and make it as kudarka, it will simply become vidarka. I tell you, even these 3-4 days, if you guys just sit with darka, simple logic, without kudarka, without negativity, anger, it will grow to vidarka. It will just grow to vidarka. Because by logic, by its own logic, constantly sharpens itself. Sharpened logic is always vidarka. Sharpened logic leads you to vidarka. So, vidarka takes away many sufferings, many unnecessary practices which are not needed for everybody. Many components of the Jivan Mukti can be transmitted directly into you just through the vidarka, without even going through all the dramas and all the things necessary for the experience. Even if you feel you don't have vidarka and you want vidarka, just create a strong prayer. You will see that the darka breaks and evolves into vidarka. It leads to vidarka. But consciously you need to decide, yes, vidarka is right and I want that. It has to happen in me. These decisions you need to make. A strong arrogance. I know so many things. I have seen so many things. I know so many gurus. I know so many things. Something kind of are stuck with the self-moral ideas. See, you constantly project to people, I can't be bent so easily. So that you take that as a pride. And now you wanted to say that, now slowly you tell that to yourself and cheat yourself. Hey, I don't bend. Now if you want to bend, your own off part will tell, hey, you are not the guy to bend. Why are you bending? Then live with that fellow, that's all. That's like having wife inside you. So just make this decision. that Vidarka is right and I wanted to have, it should happen. That's all. Vidarka is the right word. Means starting with a deep friendliness and connection, feeling connection. Surrender, bhakti and all, let it happen. You don't ask that. You ask only for deep friendly connection. Friendliness and the deep feeling connection. To understand the first truth, having thoughts is not thinking. The second truth, mind is not a thing, it is an action. When you understand these two, the third truth, which is expressed in the sutra, can be understood. He says, the other kind of samadhi, the mental function of clutching with the thought, ceases, and only the samskaras that do not cause any disturbance in the inner space remain. This is the third ultimate truth. Please understand. The unclutching happens. The initiation into unclutching. See, when the initiation into unclutching, first time when you unclutch, that experience only, Patanjali calls it as asampranyada samadhi. The first unclutching experience. Beautifully in Ramakrishna's life it happened. Let me describe how Ramakrishna moved from sampranyada samadhi to asampranyada samadhi. And if time permits, I'll explain my own experience. Then you will understand how I moved from sampranyada samadhi to asampranyada samadhi. Ramakrishna was deeply connected to Kali, the form of the Kali. Had all kinds of experience with the Kali's Murti, with the deity of the Kali. And it was just, even when you read, I don't know how it would have been to see. It was a romance. It was a pure romance. He was living with the deity, with the Devi. Very powerful connection. He used to keep the small thread near her nose just to check whether she is really breathing. And he says she always used to breathe. And he always saw the thread waving. The thread will be moving with that air, with the prana, with the breathing. Not only this, so many things. So many things. I can give you one example of him putting the conch bangle. The bangles made out of conch. If you are from Bengal, you can understand. They make bangles out of conch. And the Devi is holding the left hand, the head, the severed head of the demon, without breaking the deity, without damaging the deity or the conch or the bangle. He put the bangle for the deity. That other people asked, how it happened? How can you put it? This bangle cannot go into the hand because she is holding the sira, the head of the demon. He says, no, I just told her, drop it. She gave it in my hand and I put the bangle. I told her again, please hold it, and she is holding. That's all. The power over the matter, the mind over the matter, the power of his mind over the matter. He was connected to Kali that deeply. He was living in sampranyada samadhi. He was constantly living in sampranyada samadhi. So now it is time. He has to move to the asampranyada samadhi. And one great monk, Totabul, he came to the Kali temple. He is an enlightened sannyasi, great Vedanti. Naga means no clothes, no clothes, no sleep. Their lifestyle will not be like a regular normal human beings. Naga Sampradaya sannyasi, Very powerful lifestyle. He comes and initiates Ramakrishna. He says, now it is time for you to experience the next level of samadhi, beyond form. Come on. You need to have that unclutching, the cessation of the mind. What here Patanjali says, pratyayabhyasa purvaha virama, means all the mental function of clutching with the thoughts has to end. See, even if you are clutched with the Kali, it is a mental function. Please understand. Maybe highest level of function, high frequency level of function, but it is a mental function. You can experience in your life sometime, early morning when you are out of dream state, but you are not completely fully awake. That those few seconds you can see, you want to possess your body, but you can't move your body. You are out of your dream state, but you are not completely awake. That state means in between. You can see those few moments only, suddenly you will try to move your body, force. You will try to jump out and fall out of the bed. Even though it is the high frequency, almost the action's ending, it is an action. There is a clutching with the Kali. So, beautifully, Totaburi says, it is time you go beyond. You have to be initiated into Vedanta. You have to be initiated into next level Samadhi. This guy says, wait, I'll go and ask my mother's permission. I'll run. He ran. When Ramakrishna came back, he said, yes, my mother told me, I can go for this practice. You can teach me. Totaburi asked, you said you want to take permission from your mother, but you went inside the temple? Ramakrishna says, yes, that is what I meant. She is my mother. I am living with Kali. I asked her now. She said, please take it. Totaburi started laughing. Oh God. Totaburi could not understand. Ramakrishna is living with Kali. And he said, all right, I don't want to disturb his faith. It's okay. Let him experience the next level, Samadhi. Then he initiates. He says, now concentrate on the Ajna Chakra and unclutch completely from all your thoughts. Ramakrishna says, I am able to unclutch from all the thoughts, but I am not able to unclutch from Kali's form. I am not able to unclutch from Kali's form. He says, I am stuck. The moment I see her, even the idea to unclutch disappears from me. I am just completely drowned. Sambranyada Samadhi, the first level Samadhi. But the beauty is that Samadhi itself is so powerful, it will lead you to next level. It has to lead you to next level. Totaburi says, no, you have to go beyond. Then Kali, she herself appears and says, my son, don't bother. Cut my form with this sword. He says, she gives her own sword. She says, think this as a sword of knowledge and cut my form. You will go beyond my form. Understand? Not being caught in the form is one of the ultimate experience. This has to be understood very beautifully. See, when you lost all other attachments except this form, then you can cut this form and go beyond the form. But our people, first they cut this form. They have all other attachments. And they don't care about all other attachments. I always tell people, drop the form of the gods when you drop all other attachments. But what our people say, no, anyhow we are going to drop that attachment one day, then let us drop now itself. In India I have seen when they burn the dead bodies in villages, they will use a big bamboo. After burning the dead body completely, they will throw the stick also into the same fire. But you have to throw that stick into the same fire after burning the dead body. You can't say, anyhow, this stick is going to be in the fire, let me throw it now itself. Then how will you burn the dead body? So attachment to the deity or Guru's form or God's form should be used like a stick, bamboo stick, to burn the attachment with all other forms. Everything else is burned. Then in that same fire, this form also, this attachment also should be thrown. Kali says, cut my form and go beyond. This is what Buddha means when he says, when you see me on the path, kill me. Buddha says very clearly, when you see me on the path, kill me. Understand? But that should be last thing. But unfortunately, we start doing that first. No, that should be the last thing. And story says, when Ramakrishna visualized sword as his knowledge and cut the form, and he just disappeared into the next level of samadhi, asambranyada samadhi, where the cessation, what Patanjali describes, the cessation of the clutching with any mental function started happening. Please understand. The mental function of clutching with the thought ceases. It just ceased. It just disappeared. The first experience of unclutching, has happened to Ramakrishna when he went beyond the Kali's form. Only if you feel connected to some form and live with that form, then you are asked to renounce, you will understand how difficult it is. You may not be able to relate with what I am saying. You may be thinking, oh, what is there, Kali? And after all, for enlightenment, everything, let's cut and throw it away and go beyond. No, it does not happen when you start feeling connected. You are feeling connected, living with it, but you are able to go beyond. And the story says, he entered into next level samadhi, asambranyada samadhi. Let me describe my own experience of asambranyada samadhi. I'll open it up as it happened. Maybe you will be able to understand what I mean by the word asambranyada samadhi, or what Patanjali means by the word asambranyada samadhi. Even talking about samadhi, listening about samadhi, contemplating about samadhi is such a powerful experience. Please understand. Sometimes that need, urge for the goal, suddenly they open up some path. Actually, when you have that, when you are possessed by the goal, whatever you do will become path. If I see the history of many enlightened saints, there are 63 Saiva saints, Nayanmas in South India. If I see their life, they were just every day morning they will pluck flowers and make garland and put it on the Shivalinga. That's all. The path itself did not seem too big, but they are possessed by the goal. Shraddha Vivecha. I was telling yesterday that Nachiketa's statement, Nachiketa's experience. Shraddha Vivecha. When you are possessed by Shraddha, whatever you do becomes path. Some of you might have heard this incident happened in my life. my experience with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, a great incarnation, Shiva himself, a great avatar Purusha, Shiva himself. I'll describe only few things, few parts of that incident, connecting with this sutra, how the Asambranyata Samadhi happened in me when I connected with him, I had his darshan and experienced him. Maybe around the age of 11. During summer vacation, I was playing inside the temple, backside. If you have visited Arunachala temple, you may be able to relate to the place where I am saying. Backside the temple, one small 4-pillared mandapam, 4-pillared hall. One young sadhu came out of that mandapam. That mandapam had a small kind of a opening, or I was thinking it was an opening. It was a small cave. One sadhu came out. I saw this sadhu. It's very bright, shining, maybe 30 to 35, and well built, young sannyasi. Because immediate click, a strong connection, very strong connection. I just know I belong to him, or he belongs to me. Very strong connection. I can say that falling in love or raising in love, whatever word you want to use, you can use. Very strong connection. Sometimes when you see people, suddenly you fall in love. And you may bring all kinds of reasoning. No, I am already married. I am this, I am that. You can bring all kinds of your logic. No, see the age difference. And you can bring all conditionings. But you are in love, nothing can be done. You may keep distance because of all these conditionings. The social conditioning, and you have to behave as yourself. And there are so many restrictions. There are so many, the morality or social conditioning, whatever you call it. But art doesn't bother about which country you belong to, which race you belong to, what is your morality, what is your discipline, decency. Art doesn't care for all those things. Maybe your action or your logic cares for all these things. Art doesn't care. It just falls in love, that's all. Just such a strong falling in love. Every day, I'll come and sit there with him. Morning till evening, he'll be talking, sitting. Sometimes I wonder what I used to talk. If I recall, there was nothing much, just sitting and chatting only. And you don't know why you are sitting together, but sitting together was such a pleasant, joyful experience. I was sitting together. It's like spending time together. He was also very happy with me. And he will eat whatever I bring. He will bring some fruits or something for me to eat. We'll be talking, some experiences, these, that. I can say that Mundaka Upanishad, I did not complete that story. That story says that when the small bird, like this, traveling this way, suddenly it really had a bitter experience, one strong bitter experience. It decides no more eating fruits. It just shuts its mouth. Without opening its mouth, it just travels towards the bigger bird. When it goes near the bigger bird, nearer and nearer, suddenly it realizes it is losing its individuality. It is losing its individuality. After a few minutes, it feels it is just a shadow of that bird. Actually, when you are really deeply in love with somebody, you can experience, when you touch that body, you won't feel it is a two-person. You just know it is your own extension. Your extension is in that body. You are just extension of Your extension is that body. That small bird feels its very extension is that big bird, golden bird. After a few minutes, he feels it is not even his own extension. That bird's extension is he. And after a few seconds, he feels there is no extension. He is just a shadow. After a few seconds, there is not even a shadow. Only that golden bird exists. It was only illusion that I was an individual. The different levels of feeling connection. In Vaishnava tradition, they explain Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti, the 4 states of liberation. Please understand, 4 states of liberation. In Vaishnava tradition, they explain. First, when the bird feels, I am connected to him, I belong to him, it is Salokya Mukti, living in his loka, living in his frequency. When he feels, no, he is my very extension, it is Samibhya Mukti, the liberation which happens just by his nearness. When he says, when the bird experiences, no, I am his very form, I am his very form, I am his very form, I am just his shadow, I am not an individual identity, then it's called Sarubhya Mukti, his own form, Sarubhya Mukti. When the small bird realizes, I never existed, it's only he was existing, it was just an illusion that I existed, it's called Sayujya Mukti. I can say it was a strong feeling connection, just like how that bird felt, very own extension. I felt with that sadhu, that my very own extension. That's almost like Samibhya Mukti. First, when I met him, then it slowly developed into Sarubhya Mukti, that same Rupa. I used to play with him, go wherever he calls. Sometime he will take me to the temple inside, sometime he will take me to the hill, sometime here, there, he will take me to different places. Understand? It was such a strong feeling connection. What Ramakrishna experienced with Kali, that Sambranyada Samadhi, I have started experiencing that even when I am not physically around him, even when I go back to the house, late night, I will go back to the house because they will close the temple. By the time they close the temple, they will vacate everybody. They will vacate everybody. And when I go back to the house also, I'll be sitting in the house and waiting when it will become again morning 4 o'clock, so that I can rush to the temple to see him. I'll give you some of the sacred sentiments from these great devotees like Kabir, and define the experience of bhakti. Very beautifully, bhakti is described by Kabir. The bhakti winds in a delicate way. On this path, there is no asking and no not asking. The ego simply disappears. The moment you touch him, the joy of looking for him is so immense that you just dive in and coast around like a fish in water. If anyone needs a head, the lover leaps up to offer his. Yesterday, one of our Maharishi was asking, What's the difference between the non-suffering and vyakulata, yearning? Kabir gives answer for this, that question. See, yesterday I was describing base of bhakti is non-suffering. She was asking, how can we differentiate the non-suffering and vyakulata, yearning? Please understand, in yearning, vyakulata, you will never have hatred towards the master or God. In suffering, you will have demands, and when the demands are not met, you will have a deep hatred, pain. You can't forgive him. Not only that, even if he meets your demands, you will feel, oh, I am bound by him. I have to be independent of him. You will have a hatred to him. I have seen people, if I don't meet their need, they have hatred for me. If I say it's okay, all right, I will do what you want, even then, no, I am dependent on you. I don't want you to do that. Again, they have a hatred. Understand the difference between the non-suffering and vyakulata. With vyakulata, you will always melt you. With suffering, you will try to melt the other person, try to change the other person. So non-suffering is different, vyakulata is different. Please understand. In vyakulata, there will never be any hatred. Yearning, there will never be any hatred. But in suffering, you will start hating the other person, the pain. You will start abusing, blaming the other person. So understanding of the non-suffering and vyakulata is very important. Here, Kabir very clearly says, there is no asking and no not asking. No asking, no not asking. In vyakulata, you neither ask, and it is not that you never ask. With suffering, you ask, and even if he fulfills, you are not fulfilled. And I have seen the arrogant people, they don't even want to receive when I give. No, it is not necessary. Because I begged, you are giving. I don't want to take that. Fools. With suffering, suffering is always based on arrogance. And vyakulata is based on humbleness. Here the Kabir is describing vyakulata. No asking and no not asking means you don't ask, and it is not me, it does not mean you don't accept when it is showered on you. It is such a deep humbleness and passiveness, a deep patience. See, with vyakulata, you don't feel he is human, equal to you. But with suffering, you start feeling he is equal to you. That is why always I tell people, if you are suffering, you don't have love for me. You bring me to your level. You try to bring me to your level. Your arrogance, you try to raise, you try to think you are equivalent to me, and you bring me to your level. With vyakulata, you always know he is ultimate. And you just only try to disappear into me. Try to dissolve into the master or God. The bhakti path winds in a delicate way. On this path, there is no asking and no not asking. Because when you are in love with the master, when you are in love with the God, when you are in love, not just for him, you are ready to sacrifice for anyone. You feel everything is worthy of sacrifice. The extreme love, the extreme sacred sentiment, touching Guru's feet, touching Guru's feet also. In the ecstasy, you always feel like offering yourself at his feet. There's no logical reason for why Guru Puja is done, why people touch Guru's feet. It is emotional feeling connection. For some people, it looks like, why should I do it? For some people, it is life. They can't live without it. I know, for millions of my disciples, morning satsang is much more important than eating food. This is bliss dose. Morning sitting in the Pada Puja or the morning satsang is a powerful bliss dose. Life. It's life itself. So please understand, it is the individual's emotion. I also wanted to tell you one more thing. Do all this only if you feel intensely connected to it, not otherwise. It should not be done as a ritual. See, as far as yoga is concerned, whether you want it or not, it has to be done. Because you are working on body. But when the Guru Puja comes, it is in your mind. Your mind itself should feel it. Out of ecstasy and joy, should be pouring it. So there is no logical reason. What is the reason we do pujas at Guru's feet? Why do people want to touch the Guru's feet? There is no logical reason. Living around the master. Oh God. Living around the master, catching the master, missing the master, abusing the master. 3 different dimensions. Just this basic 2-3 truths. 1, all scriptures, all literature, all method of teachings can only inspire you, cannot give experience. Understand the first law. All books, all DVDs, when I say all, capital letter ALL, including mine, books, cassettes, DVDs, everything can only create inspiration in you, but cannot give experience. Experience can be transmitted. It's like, you see, experience is like a lamp. Only from a burning lamp light, you can pick up, catch. Only from a lamp, you can light a lamp. Only from a lamp, you can light a lamp. Same way, the Jivan Mukti is transmitted only from a living body to living body. Living body to living body. If that body has to catch Jivan Mukti, it has to catch from a same material source, which is living enlightenment. Please understand, I am describing very clearly the need of the master. If that body made out of muscles and the mind made out of thoughts, if it needs to catch living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti fire, it has to catch it only from another one body, which is living enlightenment of the same frequency, means like a same flesh and bones. Only from that you can catch. Be very clear. Mahavatar Baba cannot give you living enlightenment. Please understand. I am making a very strong statement, but truth. He cannot give you Jivan Mukti. He can only give you inspiration, experience, some glimpse. But if he wants to give Jivan Mukti, he has to guide you to a person who is in the physical body. In the physical body. Ramakrishna, or Ramana Maharshi, or Mahavatar Baba, or Osho, or J. Krishnamurti, anybody. They are all still in the cosmic plane. Why, you know? With whoever they committed when they are in the physical body. For example, if you are there, if you are when Ramakrishna was there, and you had directly connection with him, and he blessed you, he passed away, still you are here, then he will be there to take care of you. But no new addition is possible after the body is left. No new addition is possible. Now, Mahavatar Baba, all of you I think understand what I am saying. All of you understand what I am saying clearly? Now, if you are seeker, starting to pray to Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, they can guide you to a living master. That's all. They themselves will not be able to give, because it has to be transmitted from this plane, from flesh and bone. That is why the need of living master again and again and again comes back. Understand? That is why no huge organization is able to own spirituality than a living master. Seekers are around me. The reason is, it can be transmitted only from flesh to flesh. The person who is living Jivan Mukti through his muscle memory and muscles. See, I'll be living Jivan Mukti without muscles after I leave the body. I'll be living in Jivan Mukti, that is not a problem. But because there is no muscles, I will not be able to transmit it to the person who is with muscles. If I initiate you now and give you the assurance, only then I can handle you even if I leave the body. So if you had assurance from Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, or Osho, somebody, when they are in the flesh, then you don't need to go to new master. It may not be needed. But even then, usually they guide to a living master, because living around the master is not only living enlightenment, it's a joy. It's an ecstasy. It's a way of life. For that reason, they guide. Understand thoroughly. Otherwise, if you have not had connection with them physically, when they were in the body, even they can't do anything. Mahavatar Baba will not be able to give you enlightenment or the spiritual experience. He can only guide you. That is the reason why still that living master's necessary is not replaced at all. It's not replaced. Still, the necessity for living master is there when the whole thing started by Shiva millions of years ago. The only thing which is not yet outdated, which can never be outdated, is necessity of a living master. In the world, anything can be outdated. Like when these products all started, it was all manual. Now, we don't need human beings to create products. There are machines which produces much better machines than themselves. Do you know? There are machines which constantly produces machines much better than the mother machine. It updates itself and produces new machineries. So after 10 years, I really feel you will be paid if you are ready to keep quiet. You don't need to go to job. If you just keep quiet without disturbing anybody, you will be paid. Because the need for human beings and your work will be outdated. Only if you are in the research and development field, your services may be required. If you are just in a working field, your services may not be required. The R&D people are going to tell you, now just keep quiet, eat and sleep, we will pay you. We have automatized everything. If you don't create any trouble, that's enough for us. Now the whole job, the employment industry, this field is going to become like this in 10 years. You'll see. Because the working idea is getting outdated. Same way, thousands of things are getting outdated and replaced. But the living master can never be The necessity can never be outdated or replaced by anything. Anything. Because when he is radiating through his flesh and bones, only then it can be transmitted to the person who is in flesh and bones. You just catch it. I can say, reading thousands of books, listening to thousands satsangs, even that cannot be equated. Sitting with me very deeply, passively, when I am doing my activities, when I am in action, not just teaching, when I am training these brahmacharis, training these brahmacharinis, or doing what I wanted to do, what all I wanted to do, not just teaching. See, when I am teaching, if you sit passively and listen, you will have these great truths enter into your system. But whatever I am doing, even those moments, if you just passively sit and listen, suddenly you will see you are catching it with that vidarka, you are catching the right intention. Even my shouting with such a deep compassion happening, you will look deeper than the layer which is seen by a normal person. You will look the whole picture. You will see the whole picture. Understand? Anything, if you learn to see the whole picture, you are enlightened. That's all. Learning to see the whole picture is enlightenment. Learning to look at the whole picture is enlightenment. It's like a master is nothing but a conscious ball, breathing consciousness. Any moment you get around his breathing space or his nearness, constantly your muscles gets programmed to live the same thing which he is living. Understand this one example. How you create your body. How you create your body. First, I'll start with the example of fish. Fish. When you are fish, you look around. Whatever you see will become a samskara in you. See, hear, anything happens through your five senses will become samskara. So the fish may see some tortoise, some bigger fishes, different animals. It will just go around. So when it dies, all the samskaras it acquired will be kept in front of him. Tortoise, bigger fish, everything. This guy will have a choice which body to choose. So naturally, if this guy is felt, tortoise is the best animal I have seen and experienced in my life. One important thing, even if that guy sees the human being, he can't take that big jump. He can't conceive. See, many times you can see, you will feel, I am beyond your brain. You can't conceive. Suddenly you will see, oh God, no, this fellow is beyond my brain. I can't conceive. I can't limit. So, yeah, fish, even if he sees the animal, a human being and records it, he can't take that jump. So he will see the possible jump, best possible jump, which he can make. So what naturally will think, oh, see, I can live only inside water. This tortoise can live even outside water. Come on, let me take the tortoise jump. He will take jump to become tortoise. Then when he's in the water and in the land, when he goes around, naturally he will collect some more samskaras. He will see the crocodile, he will see the pig, he will see the cow, he will see buffalo, he will see all these things. Then again when he dies, all the cards will be in front of him. So naturally what he will think? Oh, I think pig has a bigger body, better ability to eat, and doesn't have the big shell which I am carrying. I think that will be much more comfortable body than this body. This fellow takes a jump to become pig. When he is pig, then again he collects different samskaras. Now he can take the jump. Then he takes the jump of human being. Understand? This is the way I have described very roughly. This is the way of Vishnu's incarnation. Matsya Avadara, Kurma, first fish incarnation, then tortoise incarnation, then pig incarnation, then half animal and half man, Narasimha, lion man incarnation. This is the way the incarnations evolve. Understand one more thing. Sometime if you take a too big jump, you will take birth as handicapped. Or you will not have mind, only body. If you have only human body and do not have a clear thinking system, be very clear, you're taking a big jump. You're taking a big jump. When you take a big jump, too big jump, you'll take, it's okay, human body is enough, I don't need a human mind. So when you take a quantum jump, full jump, sometime, you may not, you will not be able to take a strong mind or a very sharp mind, but even then you take a choice, it's okay. I'll have a human body. Artistic child, many of them. Many artistic child are big jump, long jump. They say it's okay. Human body is enough. No need for full-fledged human mind. Just an animal mind is enough. Because, you see, they know the whole human life is best life. They think. But they can't afford to create the human brain, human mind. They have only some animal mind. It's okay, this much of mind is enough. That body is okay, we'll manage with it. They'll try to match it and take a jump. Anyhow, understand this theory. So what this means, whatever you see gets recorded into your system. And next time you take the jump towards that. Now, enlightened being, Avatara Purusha, is the better, bigger, ultimate species than a human being. So naturally, when you see him, when you are around him, when you feel connected, that memory gets recorded in you. That's why I tell you, I can be sure 100%, either this will be your last Janma, or if you want to take birth, you can have only one more Janma. That's all. Not more than that. Not more than that. Because when you take the one more Janma, that time itself, because the cards will be spread in front of you, I'll be also one more card, master card. I'll also be one more card. See, before you get your Visa card, there will be master card. So naturally, which one you will pick up? Because that will be very shining and bright. These 3 months, if you are given a choice to create a life on your own, you will simply reproduce my life. You may not wear this cloth, that is different. But what I am saying, the inner space. In your life, the best inner space you have seen is me only. You know it. You know it. Sometimes you may not be able to connect through proper relationship, like you may not be able to think that you should live around me permanently, or these, that and all is second, that and all social. But I am the ultimate space which you wanted to create in you. That's a no doubt. So naturally, which one you will pick up? You will pick up the master card only. That is why I am saying, either this is the last Janma for you. When you leave the body, you will decide, come on, let's relax. And you will relax. If you decide at all, rarely, no, come on, let me take one more body, then the options will be, so many cards will be put in front of you in your table. The master card will be naturally very bright, shining. Simply you will pick up this card only. So naturally you will land as an Avatara Purusha. You will land as a Jivan Mukta in the body. So no question of having a second, one more birth. So this is a last or only one more maximum. Understand? Living around the master, your muscles catches this memory. One more thing, even if you don't meditate or don't live enlightenment after this session, after this LBE, you will not, your muscles will not forget me. Your intellect can forget me. Try. But your muscles cannot forget me. When the muscles get heated up, you see, during the death, it will get heated up because of the pain. Because of the pain, it will be boiled. The moment it gets boiled, I'll open up. The moment it gets boiled, first thing will open up is me. Means the memory about me in you. The experience of me in you. That is the reason the tradition, Vedic tradition, insists so much on living around the master.
Yes.
It's a wonderful question. They asked me, when I said that when you are in love with somebody, you experience the other person as God, then when we are not in love with that person, he loses that divinity or what? Understand? Nobody loses the divinity. You lose the ability to recognize the divinity. Yesterday I made an important statement. When you are in love with the master, he will not only you will feel he is God, and all miracles which you feel or expect should happen in the presence of God will happen in front of him, in his presence. You will see all those things happening. But when that love is lost, when you don't have that love, you won't see those miracles happening in his presence. You may be the same person and he will be the same person, but those miracles will not be happening. Somebody asked me, why? Then the master loses enlightenment or what? No. He doesn't lose. You lose the ability to recognize or connect with that enlightenment. When people ask me, are you God? I tell them it depends on you. It depends on you. I am constantly available, open. If you want to connect with me as a teacher, you can connect with me and carry the knowledge. If you want to connect with me, the level of master, you can have initiation. See, only master can initiate, teacher can't initiate. Teacher can teach, master can initiate. If you connect with me, the level of God or divine, ultimate energy, you will carry the experience itself, not just initiation. How much your inner space is made available for me, that's all. See, if you relate just intellectually, you will carry the knowledge. If you relate with a little bit of emotion, little bit of love, you will carry the initiation. Means whatever I can't express through words also will go into you. Like the whole software will be sent, transmitted. If you are able to connect with a being deeply, you don't need initiation. The very experience will be transmitted. It depends on the person, to what level he connects, to what level he experiences. I always tell people, bhakti, or the feeling connected to the master, is such an ultimate thing. Never miss it, if at all you got it in your life. Never miss it. It is too costly. It is too much to miss it. Do not, even if you miss your things in the outer world, it is okay. If you miss your ideas which you carry in the inner world, that is also okay. In English, there's a proverb. If you lose wealth, nothing is lost. If you lose your health, something is lost. If you lose your character, everything is lost. I think even if you lose your character, nothing is lost. Only if you lose the connection with the master, everything is lost. That is such a deep thing, ultimate blessing. Never miss it, if at all you got it. If you feel that constant feeling connected has happened in you, do not miss it at any cost. See, throw away any idea which comes in between you and him. Anything can be lost, but not this feeling connection. People come and tell me. Sometimes, even your ideas about morality can create gap. Very simple things. Your ideas about morality also may stand sometime in between. Anything can be lost, but not the connection with the master. Because if that one thing is kept alive, so many things can happen in you. So many things can happen. The possibility is available. The doors are open. The bridge is not burnt. Still the bridge is alive. With the feeling connected, if that is taken away, whatever you may try, nothing is going to work. I always tell people, by begging $1, $1, you will never become a billionaire. Have you seen anybody becoming billionaire just by begging $1? No. Same way, there is nobody who achieved enlightenment by meditating every day. Begging $1 is like meditating every day 10 minutes, 10 minutes. And what will you achieve? Only a master writes will. The enlightenment is achieved. That is why so much of emphasis is put on the master's presence and the Guru Kripa in our traditions. Even though few people exploited those concepts, sitting in the chair, sitting in the seat without becoming enlightened, those concepts can't be rejected because that has helped too many people. Understand? Only one Ramakrishna became enlightened using that Kali Murti, 3 feet Kali Murti. And we spent crores of rupees creating the temple and maintaining the temple. But I always tell people, it is worthy. Your 1,000 temple is worthy of one Ramakrishna. If there is a possibility for one Ramakrishna, means build thousands of temples. Nothing wrong. In India, that is why constantly every street will have a temple. Temples are getting erected, getting installed. Because even if one Ramakrishna happens, it's a big blessing. One Ramakrishna is worthy of 200 Kali temples. Nothing wrong. There are 3 kinds of personalities. One who can intellectually connect, but will take a lot of time to emotionally feel connected. With anything, he can intellectually understand. He can intellectually relate, but he can't emotionally have the feeling. The feeling connection doesn't happen in him. Other kinds of second variety, they can connect emotionally immediately. They will straight away have the feeling connection. One sight, love at the sight. They can have that strong feeling connection, but very difficult to intellectually analyze and understand. Intellectually, they will be a little dull. The more energy will be through the heart. This is the second kind of people. The third, very balanced. The intellect and emotion, both will be parallel lines in them. They will be very straight. They can connect intellectually and experience emotionally. They are called being level people. Ultimate thing a man can have, feeling connected to a living master. Anything can be sacrificed for that. But for no reason, that should be sacrificed. Anything can be sacrificed to have that feeling connection with the master. But for no reason, the feeling connection should be sacrificed. I've seen. I always tell people, actually, I'm an uncompromising master. I don't compromise. Any decision I take or any stand I take, I don't compromise. There's only one spot where you can bend me. That is, when you send me a feel that if I stand on my own stand, the feeling connection may last. Then I slowly bend, all right, it's okay. I bend. Otherwise, nothing else can bend me. Nothing. People here around you know, nothing can bend me. For nothing, I bend or compromise or alter my decision. Only when I see that poor guy may lose the feeling connection, then I bend. If you want to bend the masters, this is the only thing you can bend. You can't use anything else. This is the only point where you can blackmail them. You send a feel. If you are standing like that, I think I'm going to lose the connection with you. I'm not going to feel connected anymore. Then they come down. All right, what to do? When your Kundalini is awakened and the feeling connection happens between you and the master, the distance between you and him disappears. I am sitting here, people are sitting around the world, somewhere here and there, thousands of miles away. See the effect of the presence. Feeling connection. Hand moves here, the vibration starts in San Jose. How many miles distance? And it's not that it is happening because we have a modern day technology. No. It can happen just by the remembrance. It's possible. Today I'll share a few truths about feeling connection with the master. Feeling connection with the master is the subtlest, best gift can ever happen to human being. For the fruit to be completely ripened, it needs to be connected with the tree. For the child to grow completely, it needs to be connected with the mother through umbilical cord. For anything to blossom, bloom, it needs connection with the highest possibility which it should become. If a child should become complete grown-up human being before the birth, the complete full grown-up human body, it needs to retain its connection through umbilical cord with the mother. Only then the complete body is created. And once the complete body is created, you may not need the physical umbilical cord connection. Once the fruit is completely ripened, once it carries a seed which can become one more tree, the physical connection with the mother tree may not be required. But till that happens, the connection is inevitable. Connection is important. Vidarka, the feeling connection with the master, one of the ultimate gifts happens to human body who has grown at least to a certain level in that subtle understanding. Only they smell even the presence of the master. Only they have the courage to enter into the great feeling connection, because feeling connection with master will just make you as an enlightened being. Lot of things with which your ignorance survives, lot of things with which your mind thrives, lot of things on which your suffering is built will be taken away from you. The problem is ignorance is such, it will constantly try to retain itself and it will try to have a hold over you, constantly trying its best to move you out of the master, feeling connection with the master in all possible ways. The worst Maya, Mara, devil is losing the feeling connection with the master. What Buddhism calls as Mara, what Christianity calls as devil, what Hinduism calls as Maya, all this is nothing but losing connection with the master. So devils do its job by making you constantly lose the connection with the living master. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, whenever somebody abuses your master in front of you, Ramakrishna, such a great incarnation, who always radiated compassion, even when people tortured him physically, he was radiating compassion. He was showering love and compassion. Such a highly evolved Tyagi, even when he was asked about what to do when people abuse master, he is so strong, he says, cut his tongue or move out of his place. I tell you, no need to go for cutting the tongue of the people who abuse the master, but move out of that place. Do not allow the devil to work on you. Do not allow the Mara to work on you. Do not be carried away by the illusion which really appears as solid, almost reality, but almost not reality. And sometimes Ramakrishna takes a very strong stand. Somebody asks him, parents and family is important, or my spiritual seeking and enlightenment is important? He says, for the sake of God and enlightenment, you can sacrifice the family and parents. If the parents come on the way for your enlightenment, if family comes on the way to your enlightenment, dump it. Go for enlightenment. It's very strange. Person like Ramakrishna taking this kind of strong stance, but there are few places masters take a strong, uncompromising stand. I tell you, losing the feeling connection with master is too strong. Lose, too big miss. Let it not happen to you in your life. Even the people who cherish enmity and abuse master, I tell you very clearly, even many parts of their own organ, many molecules in their own system will not accept it, will not accept what they are doing, will not tolerate what they are doing. They will all be resisting. They will all carry the sacred, great, amazing, joyful, intense memory of the time and experience they had around master. The sweetness still remains fresh, alive inside. But these guys, maybe out of ignorance or arrogance or some other vested interest, go on suppressing those beautiful, great memories. Just to suppress those great, beautiful memories, suppress the voice of that organs, suppress the voice of that molecules, they raise their voice louder and louder in abusing master. Just they want to avoid that part, suppress it, put it in unconscious. But unfortunately, no voice is unheard or suppressed by your own consciousness. Naturally, does not die down. So that molecules which are suppressed, that organs whose voices are not heard, naturally protest, start non-cooperation movement. That's what I call physical and mental diseases. I tell you two things. If you have not lost the feeling connection with the master, don't allow the people who abuse master around you. Do not entertain them in any way. Retain your feeling connection with master, which is ultimate gift. I tell you, connecting with the things which you are not unconsciously, which are lower than you, is ego. Connecting with the things which you are not consciously, which are higher than you, is devotion, feeling connection, the trust, the ability to do prana pratishtha. So this ability to do prana pratishtha is antidote for egoism. So understand, if you have not lost the feeling connection with master, don't lose. It's a precious gift, too precious gift. almost like a lamp, small lamp kept in your heart. Don't allow the cyclone of sensationalism to put it off. Keep it alive, very sacred, very precious. And for some reason, vested interests are unconsciously, if you lost feeling connection with Master, don't do that same thing to others. Don't go around and disturb others with that cup. It's a worst sin. Not only that, the more you try to abuse the Master, more of your own organs and molecules will resist and take revenge on you. That is what I call incurring karma by themselves. I won't be cursing. I will not do anything wrong to them. But their own molecules, their own organs, their own system will be protesting them and enter into non-cooperation movement, and naturally will become physical and mental diseases. Finally, not just ordinary physical death, falling into the worst unconsciousness means the lower level of existence, which is a too big punishment for the casual, time-passing entertainment which these guys are doing. So protect yourself and protect yourself if you are not lost your Vidarka by strengthening it. And if you lost, unfortunately, don't disturb others' feeling connection, others' Vidarka. And if you keep quiet, at least your organs and molecules at some point will reclaim the great, beautiful experience of Vidarka and experience of praising in love with the Master, and the possibility to reclaim a great feeling connection exists. So reclaim it. Reclaim your feeling connection with the Master. Importance of feeling connection. How the feeling connection to something which is higher than you nullifies all the constant harassment you go through from your body and mind. Please understand. Just before the satsang, I was reading a question from a devotee. The person is telling Swamiji, after all, a physical pain is so solid, it constantly reminds itself. It's so strong. How to unclutch from it? It constantly reminds itself to us. Understand? There are problems which may not be solved by unclutching, will be solved by feeling connection. That is why I always warn you. People with whom you feel connected, you should be very careful. If you are friendly with a person depressed, I tell you, knowingly or unknowingly, that person will vomit the depression on you. If somebody is depressed, boycott that person. No, I am giving you as a spiritual instruction. Don't ever think you will show and shower your compassion on that person, shower your love on that person, get that person out of depression. Try, you will only become dirty and come back. You are not that strong. If you are that strong, then you don't even need to talk to the person. Your presence will get that person out of depression. No, I'm telling you really, because a lot of this effort of getting the other person out of depression goes on all over. I wanted all of you to know the problems which you can't heal, the pains which you can't get out by unclutching, get out only by feeling connection with something higher than you, either God or Guru, and ensure that you don't have feeling connection. You are not entertaining friendliness with people who are depressed or the patterns of depression. See, the people with patterns of depression are arrogant, I tell you. It is not ignorance or innocence. It is a crime. It's a crime, arrogant. Because they are arrogant, they will naturally infiltrate you, even if you spend little time with them. I always warn. There's a beautiful teaching from Sri Ramakrishna. I always warn the disciples, warn the followers. If your spouse is in depression, don't try to get her out by yourself. If your friend is in depression, don't try to get him out by yourself. He will only put the depression mental setup in you. Help them to feel connected to something which is higher than them, to God or Guru. Stop with that. You don't try, you don't meddle with it. Even people who are living in their houses, in their places, have started building a strong feeling connection and started raising themselves to the level much more than a disciple, the devotee, disciple and all. It is just your ability to feel connect and experience these truths and radiate it in your life. That's it. Nothing else. A living, practicing healer. Please understand, living, practicing healer is continuously in entanglement with me. He may be wherever he is. A living, practicing healer is continuously in entangled with me. This is what I call physiology of feeling connection. A practicing healer, the healer who lives whatever I am teaching, as long as he retains the feeling connection, the very physiology becomes different. Entanglement means two persons falling in tune with same thought. Entrainment means two persons falling in tune with the same idea. Enlightenment means two persons uniting beyond ideas. When you unclutch, you are in entangle with me. You are in entanglement with me. This again opens a huge door. Then is the thoughts of a healer going to affect us? I say yes. That is why I am telling you, go to a person only who is thoughtless and beyond mind. Receive only from enlightened being. And all my healers, during the moment of healing, because they are entangled with me, they represent me, and it is equivalent to you receiving healing directly from me. You don't need to worry at all, doubt at all about my healers. Understand? This is the physiology of feeling connection. When you have a feeling connection, your very physiology is different. and feeling connection as its own physiology. When you have feeling connection, your physiology is different. Feeling connection itself as its own physiology is the most powerful way. Entangling yourself with an enlightened being is the most easiest and powerful way to raise yourself to the higher level and get enlightened. I can give you a simple technique to have entanglement with me. Just morning, sit in the satsang, that's all. Every day morning satsang itself is entanglement with me. Understand? The science of entanglement, entrainment, and enlightenment proves the spiritual healing. See, in the entanglement level, physical healing happens. In the entrainment level, mental transformation happens. In the enlightenment level, conscious explosion happens. If you are in the entanglement level, just physical healing happens. If you are in the entrainment level, means muscle memory, doing what I am saying, the transformation happens. If you are in the enlightenment level, just melting, the very mystical doors of life opens and the enlightenment, conscious explosion happens. In the morning satsang, the more important thing is feeling connection. When you sit and listen, you see, when you sit and listen, so many things will be clear to you that beyond my words, something else is happening. Something else is being done. So please understand that something else is satsang. Satsang is not pravachan. In Sanskrit, we have two words. Pravachana is discourse. Satsang is sitting with the truth. Every morning, I am asking you to sit in satsang, to sit with me with a deep feeling connection, not just to listen to the words. The words are immaterial. Whether you listen or not, it's not a problem at all. Satsang is the main thing. Sitting with the truth is the main thing. For the growth of consciousness, the sacred sentiments, the ability to feel connected, the ability to melt, the ability to merge with the divine, the ability to radiate humbleness, the ability to feeling connected. When that misses, even the meditation and the extraordinary powers and experiences you receive only makes you more egoistic. It only makes you more egocentric, more arrogant, more abusive. The power of feeling connection, the devotion, understand, feeling connection is the ultimate technique. You don't need any other solution, method to get out of any problem. Problems of planets, disease, negativity, black magic, anything. Feeling connection is enough. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, and explode in eternal bliss.
a sound, it is not without sound. Listen, anti-sound does not mean soundlessness, but it means a sound, the silence, which is of much higher frequency, that it is beyond your audible range. Are you understanding? So today, the frequency of sound that we are, the silence, I shouldn't even say sound, it is the frequency of silence that we are going to be experiencing will not be the dead silence of a graveyard. No, it will be the vibrant, alive silence of Bhagavan Dakshinamurti. You can literally experience the frequency that you are in, the very way you are in, raising up very, very, very powerfully. The frequency that you exist in. How many of you have heard about this ultrasonic waves or traveling faster than sound? How many of you have heard about these? Anyone here who has heard about such? Have you all heard about traveling faster than sound? There are many equipment that are ultrasonic. Ultrasonic means which the frequency of which, see, for example, I'll give you an example. Light. There is only certain frequency of light that you can actually see. Am I right? We all call this as the visual, the frequency range that is visible to human beings. Dogs can see some frequency ranges that we humans cannot see. Same way, cats can see some light frequencies that human beings cannot see. So the visible light spectrum, that range, that much human beings can generally see. Same way. 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz within this frequency range is the range of sound that human beings can actually hear. What is the loudest animal? Do you all know that blue whale creates the loudest sound? But human beings cannot hear it. Exactly. That sound is beyond the frequency. The noise of blue wave is beyond the human hearing frequency. And that is why we can't hear. Same way, even in visual, even in what we see, what we hear, both there's a range beyond certain frequency we cannot see or we cannot hear. And this entire range, the blue whale, and there are some animals which makes very low frequency noise that we can't hear. Now these frequencies, the range of frequencies that human beings can hear, which is 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. Within this frequency, whatever sounds are coming, you can hear. But which is, if a frequency of sound is below this frequency or above this frequency, human beings cannot hear. Now, what does that mean? If you cannot hear, it does not mean it does not exist. For example, when an ultrasonic sound is generated, which is beyond your audible range, it will sometimes even break glasses. It can shatter buildings. It can shatter glasses. It can shatter sometimes even your body. Your body will get affected. Your blood vessels will get affected. But you will not be able to hear it. These kind of sounds are beyond the human's frequency. But there is some silence of Bhagavan Dakshinamurti that is beyond this sound range, beyond this frequency of sound, the vibrant, alive silence. In this intense, high frequency silence, even your thoughts will just drop dead, like it cannot exist. It will just melt away. Your inner space will just be rid of any thoughts, and deep nirvikalpa samadhi will start blossoming in you. How many of you have been to Adi Kailasa in the Vidadi banyan tree in Adi Kailash? Any of you here who have been to the beautiful deity of Dakshinamurti that Swamiji himself had personally carved? Actually, if you have been to Adi Kailash, you will literally see under the banyan tree. That silence will not be a normal silence that you'll experience in a library or in a graveyard. It will not be a death silence. No. The silence under the banyan tree. How many of you have experienced this? The moment you go, even the most noisiest minds will settle. That is the power of the space, the breathing space of Swamiji's in banyan tree. Swamiji says banyan tree is literally Swamiji's breathing space. He is living there in that tree. And actually the banyan tree is grown on the two in Swamiji's previous incarnation. Just before Swamiji took this body, Swamiji lived in one being in two bodies. And Swamiji says that those two bodies are the Jiva Samadhi of theirs is under the banyan tree. And on that, the banyan tree has grown. That is why it radiates so much of, like if you go there, you will just experience intense silence. There are many sounds that, how many of you first understanding about this audible range? Because it's very important. Today's initiation is going to be with this. How many of you are understanding about this? For example, have any of you seen dog whistle? Like if for training the dogs, they use something called as a dog whistle. And even if you blow into the dog whistle, that sound, you will not be able to hear. The dog will be able to hear it. Same way, there are some like equipments that can create that high pitch sounds. For instance, flying bats. Bats in night make a very high pitch sound, which is of 10 kilohertz frequency. That frequency of sound, so even when it goes up to even 160 kilohertz, because it is beyond the frequency range of human beings, we will not be able to hear their sounds, even though it's very high pitch. They use that for echolocation, like for their motion, for them to travel. But you will not be able to hear those sounds. Why? Just because it's beyond the range, the frequency range that you can hear. Now, why is it so important to understand this? It's because today's darshan, you are going to definitely will be hearing the songs, you are going to be listening to the music, but there will be one unique, intense silence. But this is not normal silence as we know. This silence is vibrant, alive. Silence of Bhagavan Dakshinamurti. All you need to do is just sit and just do the process of distilling. That silence is so powerful. The frequency is so powerful. Any stress, issues, whether some problems you're struggling with, suffering with, or you are facing some kind of a constant inner chatter, everything will become completely clear. It is like you go through an intense detoxification process in your mind, and your mind itself will just drop, and you will experience this powerful, pure consciousness manifesting to you, and you will manifest the powers, or like Sarvajñata. Sarvajñata cannot manifest if you are not in unclutched state. Only when you are completely unclutched, you can receive that energy inside of you, the knowledge inside of you. It reminds me of a story. So there was this Zen master who was very well known for his power to give enlightenment to others. And once a very learned man, and who was having multiple titles, awards, recognitions, he decides it's time now. I have gotten everything that was possible. The highest civilian award also I have gotten. And it is time now. I need to go and get enlightenment. That's the next thing I have to get. So he goes in search of a master, and he finds out, he hears about the Zen master. Guy is really happy. And he's like, okay, now I have found my master. The Zen master is here and he's known for giving enlightenment. Let me do. And he tries to enter into the monastery. The disciples are standing outside. And this man flaunts his titles, his awards. He says, look, I'm so-and-so person. I have had given the highest civilian award. I have won all these awards and I'm known in these many places. Go and tell your master to come here. The disciples don't oblige. He takes out the sword and tells, go and call your master to come here. By then, the master who's inside hears the commotion outside and tells one of the disciples to just let that man come. This guy is very proud. He's achieved what he wanted to achieve. He has gone. He's going to meet the master now. He goes inside and he sees that the master is sitting and brewing tea. So this guy goes and sits. The master is continuing to brew tea. He starts talking, starts talking about his achievements. He says about his experience. He tells how intensely he has been seeking for something like enlightenment. He has already achieved everything the best, and the next goal for him to achieve is enlightenment. And he's talking about all. The master silently continues to brew the tea. This guy starts getting impatient. But then he doesn't stop. He takes out his cards, his visiting card. He shows his awards. He shows his medals. He shows photos of what all achievements he has done. Then the master simply lifts the kettle and starts pouring the tea in his cup. Starts pouring. First the cup is getting filled. Then the tea starts overflowing and filling the saucer. He is getting agitated. Master has not spoken one word, and what is this master doing? Now that hot tea is spilling all over the table. That's it. This guy gets really agitated and he says, are you crazy? The cup is already full. The master looks at him and says, so are you. Understand? He says, you too are full. How I cannot pour tea in a cup that is already full? Same way, just because you are already full of this incomplete knowledge, I cannot pour enlightenment to you. That guy immediately just drops it all and falls at the feet of the master. That instant he receives enlightenment. Understand? Nirvikalpa Samadhi is that space where you are established in that ultimate unclutching. Forever, you're open, ready to receive new knowledge. You're always open. You're not filled like that already filled teacup. You're overflowing with joy, bliss, but continuously open to learning anything you want to learn by knowing that even the cosmos is established on the principle of Sarvajñatva as its very core practice. Understand today, when you are sitting in darshan, decide to unclutch from everything possible, all your known knowledge, all the things that you already know, things you have learned, and some expectations you have. Drop everything. Surrender everything to Bhagavan Dakshina Murti, who has come down as our beloved Swamiji, sitting in the very core of your first person and radiating through you. You will see how your mind just drops. You will not have any more thoughts. So many of you who said you want to manifest the power of serving it for today, you will see end of the darshan. You will simply manifest it. Don't hold on to this expectation. Don't hold on to this saying that, oh my God, okay, so if I do this, will I manifest? If I do that, will I manifest? Even that expectation, drop it at Swami's. Today, you are going to have a wonderful opportunity where you can post any prayers you want to post, anything you want to ask, even when you feel morally it may not be right, socially it is not acceptable, Is it okay? Will I be judged for this? You don't need to worry at all. Today, literally, you're going to have a spiritual jackpot. All you're going to do is you're going to just sit, enjoy the darshan today, the beautiful darshan of our beloved Swamiji. You're going to enjoy that darshan, and you can go on posting your prayers, any boons you want, and Swamiji, radiating these three forms. Devaguru Brihaspati, Asuraguru Shukracharya, Adiguru, Bhagavan Dakshinamurti. Devaguru Brihaspati is a form of Paramashiva, in which we all listen to in the session, right? Where he manifests for guiding all the devatas, all the devas. Shukracharya is a person. He's the guru. He's known as Asura Guru, but actually he's Paramashiva's own extension. And anything you want, right, wrong, good, bad, if you want to say, I don't want to work too much in my office, still I want to make money, all those, even which you may think is morally wrong, you can ask even those boons to Shukracharya. To all the boons which are dharmic, which are correct, you can ask that to Devaguru Brihaspati. Like you want something integrity based, like you feel something is integrity and you feel that is right, you can ask all of that to Devaguru Brihaspati. But you think something is like morally wrong, you can't get it. All of that you can ask to Asura Guru Shukracharya. Both put together and ultimate even enlightenment, you can ask to Dakshinamurti. Today, Swamiji is manifesting as all the three deities for all of us. And any boon you want. And most importantly, today's darshan is going to be so powerful. Swamiji will be initiating, pouring the Nirvikalpa Samadhi into each and every one of us. Just by glimpsing this form of Swamiji today. How much ever, even if you think your mind is very noisy, like you are really filled with thoughts, even that will completely settle inside of you. Even the most noisiest mind will be penetrated. See, there's a very beautiful story of Dakshinamurti Swamigal that Swamiji tells. It's one of my most favorite stories, in which Swamiji tells how, without talking a word, the Guru can transmit petabytes and petabytes of information. This is a story of a great saint called Dakshinamurti Swamigal. He was a Paramahamsa. Paramahamsa means he always lived life of freedom from a very highly evolved, enlightened being. And he is from the southern part of India, who used to sit under the forest, under a banyan tree. And his presence was so powerful that one could literally touch and see God in his presence. All right. So he was such a great being. Nithyanandam, can I request all the participants to come on the camera? Darshan is starting very, very shortly. And I request all the participants here to please come on the camera. We're all now getting ready for the darshan. So I request all the participants who are not in the camera will be moved into the waiting room. I request all the participants to please come on the camera and settle down. Nithyanandam, Ma Priyadarshini, Ma Ratnaprabha, Ma Maluhya Mauna, Ma Johanna, Ma Margarita. See, please make sure all of you are sitting in the camera. The security code is very, very important for the program. And for you to have a pleasant experience of the darshan, please do not lie down, do not walk around, do not distract yourself during the darshan. Darshan time is very, very sacred. We request all the participants to please come and settle down. The darshan is going to be starting shortly. We have about 10 minutes for the darshan to start. Please come and be seated. Ma Ananda Gorini, Ma Mahaganeshwari, Ma Jingling Hong, Ma Isabel. And can I request all the participants on the male side as well to please come and settle down? Please come in front of the camera. Yes. Piotr Vajraya and Rainer Andreas, Satak Patil, Chandrasekharaya. Can I request everyone to come on the camera, please? Okay, so now coming back to the story. Dakshinamurti Swamigal was a great enlightened being, and his presence was so powerful. All right. So one day, the official poet of the king's court sang 1,000 verses on Saint Dakshinamurti, praising the power and the heroic qualities of Dakshinamurti Swamigal, conferring upon him the honor named Bharani. Actually, Bharani is a title which is given to the great warriors who killed 1,000 elephants in the war. So if someone is like so mighty, such as to they have killed 1,000 elephants in the war, they get the name